Chapter 2016. The day after tomorrow, which is the 24th of this month, the Dominator of the Six Realms will once again have a boost of adrenaline. On the basis of the third watch, the Dominator of the Six Realms will once again explode with adrenaline. So, remember to prepare your monthly votes. His figure stood proudly in the sky. The purple thunder sword was slanted. Drops of dim blood flowed down the sword. Tap, tap, tap. A clear yet somewhat muffled sound of water rang out in this deathly, silent valley. Layers of blood-colored ripples spread out from the river of blood on the ground. Death. Thousands of lofty dragons were all dead. Corpses were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. It was like an Azura slaughterhouse. When the last drop of blood fell, Chunzong drew a dazzling purple thunder sword flower. The purple thunder sword returned to its scabbard. The sound of the sword resounded everywhere. At that moment, it was as if the sound of heaven had swept over, blowing away the murderous aura and dead silence in the valley. It was like the wind had swept away the smoke from the kitchen. Bai Mei and Li Wenhe also woke up at that moment. They couldn't help but be frightened. One man with one sword had slaughtered all the lofty dragons. What kind of power was that? What kind of peerless power was that? Bai Mei's small face gazed at Chunzong. Her eyes sparkled with a strange light. There was an indescribable joy. Even she didn't know why. Right after that, she clenched her small fists. An indescribable fighting spirit rose in her heart. Deep in her eyes, the fighting spirit bloomed as if it wanted to break the void. I will definitely surpass you, Bai Mei said quietly. Her voice was very firm. Then, it was time to distribute the spoils. This time, Li Wenhe and Bai Mei had found them. They were the ones who had asked for help. Chunzong had come to help. One man with one sword had slaughtered all the dragons. Thus, Chunzong deserved the most credit. However, when he ate the meat, he had to leave the soup for others, especially when these two were his friends. Thus, Chunzong took the 5 lofty dragon kings' bodies. As for the other lofty dragons, Chunzong gave them to Bai Mei and Li Wenhe. Brother Chun, I can't thank you enough. Li Wenhe rarely showed a serious face. Bringing these corpses back was enough for him to get another wave of contribution points. Let's go. Chunzong smiled. There wasn't much time left. It was time to go back since the deadline of the mission was 1 year away. After the 3 of them collected all the corpses of the lofty dragons in the valley, they rose into the air and quickly flew toward the stronghold that a Yuan cult had already built. It was time to leave Desolate Dragonstar and return to a Yuan star. Along the way, Chunzong looked calm, but he was overjoyed. In terms of gains from this trip, he should be the one who gained the most. First, he fought against the Desolate Dragon King here and unleashed a sword strike that surpassed his limits. He used this opportunity to seek enlightenment, merging his body with the world and his heart with nature. He dug out all of his potential one step further and approached the true pinnacle. Then he killed the commander of the Star Bandits and obtained the token left behind by the Yukong Venerable. He entered the Yukong Venerable's ruins and obtained 2 Heaven Divinity inheritances and a top-grade Void flying boat. No matter what kind of harvest it was enough to make people jealous. Especially the latter, 2 Heaven Divinity inheritances and a top-grade Void flying boat. If the Yuan cult knew about it, they would most likely plot to seize it at all costs. Therefore, no matter what, he had to keep this secret. He couldn't reveal any clues. Otherwise, what awaited him would definitely be the means of an expert. He couldn't resist or resist. This kind of secret could not be told to anyone other than himself. Soon, the 3 of them returned to the stronghold in the valley and entered the Void flying boat. It was a mid-grade Void flying boat, and its value was shocking. There was still some time to wait for the other true disciples to return. When they came, besides Chunzong, there were 23 true disciples. When they left, there were only 17 left. A total of 6 true disciples died on Desolate Dragonstar. It was a great loss. With the speed of the mid-grade Void flying boat, it would take many years to fly from Desolate Dragonstar to a Yuan star. However, it could shorten the time by using void travel again and again. Of course, after each void travel, it would take some time to cool down the furnace of the void travel. Otherwise, the furnace would be damaged due to the sudden burst of energy. In serious cases, the furnace might even explode. What was the consequence of the furnace explosion of the void flying boat? There had been an example. With a boom, the entire void flying boat would explode into a firework in the void. All the people on the void flying boat would die. Even if they were in the spirit realm, if they couldn't escape in time, there was a high chance that they would die. Brotherly, let me ask you, how much is the void flying boat and the void flaming crystal worth? Chunzong asked a general question. Li Wenhe didn't doubt him. He told him one by one. There were 3 categories and 5 levels of the void flying boat with different values. For example, a low-grade void flying boat would cost 1 million void coins. If it was a low-grade void flying boat, it would cost more than 1 million void coins. Because it was bigger, it would consume more materials. In order to provide enough power, the furnace must be bigger. Therefore, a low-grade void flying boat would cost at least 3 million void coins. As for the void flying boat, it was a strategic one. Even if it was only a low-grade one, it would cost more than 10 million void coins. After all, the void flying boat was 10,000 meters long. The materials it needed were shocking. The furnace must be big and the cost was even higher. Then there was the void flaming crystal. A low-grade void flaming crystal would cost 100 void coins. A mid-grade void flaming crystal would cost 1,000 void coins. A high-grade void flaming crystal would cost 10,000 void coins. As for the top grade and the super grade, Li Wenhe didn't know. It seemed to be a secret. Hearing Li Wenhe's introduction, Chunzong was speechless. The price of the void flaming crystal was so high. It was really frightening. Thinking about it, his current wealth was also shocking. He didn't know how much a top-grade void flying boat and the remaining 100 top-grade void flaming crystals would cost. Every time a mid-grade void flying boat started void travel, it would consume 10 mid-grade void flaming crystals, which was 10,000 void coins. Every time a mid-grade void flying boat started void travel, it would consume 30 mid-grade void flaming crystals, which was 30,000 void coins. As for a mid-grade void flying boat, it would consume 100 mid-grade void flaming crystals, which was 100,000 void coins. What was this? This was burning money. A void flying boat was a real money burner. It was no wonder that those forces that had yet to leave the void and hadn't reached the star grade didn't have a void flying boat to use. Even if they gritted their teeth and bought it, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Using a mid-level spatial battleship as an example, it would take around 7 or 8 void flaming crystals to travel a distance of a single void year. However, if it used spatial movement, it would take around 10 crystals, so there would be around 2 or 3 extra crystals. This was because the furnace would slowly release the power of the void flaming crystals during flight, so the utilization rate was very high. However, when it started void travel, it would explode immediately. This instantaneous explosion would inevitably cause unnecessary consumption. Of course, void travel would shorten a year's journey to just a few hundred breaths. It would save a lot of time. This was a benefit. Sometimes time was the cheapest, but other times time was the most precious. Everything was relative. After understanding enough, Chunzong didn't ask any more questions. He entered his cabin to cultivate in seclusion. During void travel, he had to activate the protective function to prevent it from being crushed by the pressure from the depths of the void. After a period of time, he finally arrived at Iyuan planet safely. During this process, Chunzong's 9 Heaven Imperial Palace mission was also completed. He obtained 109 Heaven points and a title, Lofty Dragon Hunter. With 2 titles and enough 9 Heaven points, Chunzong's 9 Heaven Imperial Palace Disciple level was successfully upgraded to the 3rd level, Clear Jade Sky. Lin Wayne also received a reward of 109 Heaven points. After all, this was the Iyuan star system, the headquarters of the Iyuan sect. Although there were also galactic bandits, they wouldn't have the guts to directly attack the Iyuan sect spaceships. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the wrath and pursuit of the Iyuan sect. The group of true disciples left one after another. They had to report everything that happened on this trip. As for Chunzong, he sent a message to Su Luan and then headed to Su Luan's cave abode. Great, I'm planning to return to the 2nd city of world suppression. Let's go together. Su Wan smiled. Sure. Shenzong didn't have any objections. He was an outsider here after all, and couldn't stay for long. After sending a message to Bai Mei and Li Wenhe respectively, Shenzong followed Su Wan and left the Yuan planet quickly on Su Wan's void flying boat. So fast. I wanted to have a few drinks with you. Li Wenhe replied not long after. Next time, I'll definitely surpass you. This was Bai Mei's reply. What a proud child. After replying to both of them, Shenzong entered the protective cabin because he was about to start the void travel. Su Wan bought the void flying boat herself. It was a mid-level void travel and seemed to have cost 5 million void coins. Shenzong was speechless. As such, from the second city of world suppression to a Yuan planet and back, she had to use the void travel many times, at least more than 10 times. This meant that she had to burn at least 100,000 void coins. The poor really couldn't afford it. When he stepped into the second city of world suppression again, Shenzong was a little emotional. This place could be considered his birthplace in the void. Although he had encountered some dangers along the way, he had managed to overcome them, and his harvest was shocking. Through Su Wan, Shenzong quickly sold all the resources he had obtained on the desolate Dragon Star and exchanged them for void coins. Because Shenzong realized that without enough void coins, even if he had the void flying boat, he wouldn't dare to use it casually. On the desolate Dragon Star, Shenzong had obtained quite a lot of resources. Other than the bodies of the desolate beasts, he had also obtained some precious ores and herbs that were quite valuable. In the end, he had only obtained a little over 100,000 void coins. With so many resources, he could only exchange them for 100,000 void coins. Shenzong couldn't help but feel that it was difficult to make money. Of course, void coins belonged to the Ascending God Realm. Resources below the Ascending God Realm had limited value. If it wasn't for Shenzong's shocking harvest, he wouldn't have obtained so many. After finishing everything, Shenzong headed to the Flying Snow Pavilion. He even sent a message to Lin Wayne in advance. When Shenzong arrived at the Flying Snow Pavilion, he saw a tall and beautiful figure standing outside the pavilion. She was looking forward to him. When she saw Shenzong, she smiled like a blooming snow lotus. You're back. Lin Wayne was delighted. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Shenzong smiled and took out a frosty white longsword. It was an external divine weapon that he had left behind. He planned to give it to Lin Wayne as a gift. Chapter 2017. Everyone, have a good weekend. After the busy days, Shenzong had a lot of free time. He continued to cultivate and meditate. Shenzong was enjoying himself. The trip to the desolate Dragon Star had brought him a lot of benefits. He should calm down and reflect on it. Perhaps he could make some progress on the foundation he had built up. Lin Wayne would also come to Shenzong to spar with him. Shenzong also taught her the techniques of Sword Qi Thunderous Sound and Void Scars. However, Lin Wayne had only grasped the surface of Sword Qi Thunderous Sound. She had yet to master Void Scars, which was more advanced than Sword Qi Thunderous Sound and Sword Qi Thunderous Sound. As time passed, Shenzong could feel that he was improving day by day. Lan Yuan Meng had also made a breakthrough. After knowing that Shenzong had returned to Second World Suppression City, she would visit him from time to time. Sometimes, she would bump into Lin Wayne and bicker with her. Just like that, another month passed. The new version of the demigod list was released. There were changes to the 1,080 demigod ranks. Some were removed from the list, some were replaced by new people, some were changed, some were promoted, and some were lowered. There were many discussions in the restaurant. Let's take a look. Is there any movement from White Yama? Obviously, White Yama was the center of attention. No, since he defeated Lord Zhongyu, White Yama seemed to have disappeared. The one with the biggest change should be Sword Qi Tianxin. This time, he is ranked 10th. Unbelievable. Sword Qi Tianxin only defeated Slayer. Other than that, he didn't have any notable achievements. How could he be ranked 10th? There were many discussions in the restaurant. They were puzzled. The ranking of the demigod list was usually changed based on the achievements. For example, the ranking of the person defeated would be replaced. It was rare for the ranking to soar without any achievements. They were puzzled and unconvinced. The demigod list is issued by the City Lord Mansion. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Someone said, all along, the demigod list issued by the City Lord Mansion had never been wrong. It was already regarded as a kind of authority. After all, the news of Chunzong defeating Yuan Sek's slanting wind and drizzling rain needless return to 3 swords was not widely spread. On a star in the Second World Suppression City, the bearded man with 3 swords behind his back was looking at the latest edition of the demigod list. His face was expressionless. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. His eyes were cold. Heavenly Heartsword, to think that you would push me out of the top 10. I like to see just what you're made of. With a casual wave of his hand, the small mustached man tossed the book away. Then, he turned around and disappeared in a blur. Chunzong, the Heavenly Heartsword, became famous after the update of the demigod list. More and more people visited and tried to rope in Chunzong. Chunzong was so annoyed that he decided to go into seclusion and put an end to all visits. Within the City Lord's mansion, Su Luan lightly smiled. She put Chunzong into the top 10 of the demigod list after some consideration. As for what level Chunzong's strength had reached, Su Luan was not very clear. However, since he could defeat the Sword of No Return, he was qualified to be in the top 10 of the demigod list. As for whether it was higher, she would only know after fighting him. Just like that, another month passed. Chunzong ended his seclusion and checked the 9 heavens ring. There were a few messages. These messages were from Lin Weiyin, Lan Yuanming, and Li Wenhe. Most of them were greetings. However, the last message caught Chunzong's attention. It was a message from a place called Dongting Sword Garden. Dongting Sword Garden. It did not sound like the name of a person. It sounded more like the name of a place. The message was very simple. Dongting Sword Garden would open in a few days. Any sword cultivator below the spirit realm could enter the garden to discuss the sword. Dongting Sword Garden. Chunzong pondered for a while and sent a message to Su Luan to ask about this. Not long after, Su Luan replied. As expected, he had asked the right person. In the void, there were many experts. Some of them were sword cultivators. After all, there were many sword cultivators. It could be said that out of 10 cultivators, at least 3 of them were sword cultivators. The ratio was shocking. Among the sword cultivators, their temperaments were different. Some sword cultivators were eccentric and did not like to communicate with others. Some sword cultivators were bloodthirsty. They would draw their swords to kill people. Some sword cultivators were unfathomable. Their whereabouts were uncertain. Some sword cultivators were gentle, quiet, and elegant. However, very few sword cultivators were willing to accept disciples to teach and guide the sword cultivators of the younger generation. In the entire void, the most famous sword cultivator was the owner of Dongting Sword Mountain. He was known as Dongting Sword Master. Dongting Sword Mountain was located in the void. It floated in the void. In order to guide the sword cultivators of the younger generation and unearth more sword cultivators, Dongting Sword Master had personally created many Dongting Sword Gardens. They were scattered in the void and drifted around. When they passed by a galaxy, they would appear and send a message through the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to invite more sword cultivators to go. Sword competition in the gardens. Entering the garden to discuss the sword was only the most basic. The real purpose was to select the most outstanding swordsmen through the discussion. They would then be able to enter the Sword Mountain of Dongting and pay their respects to the Sword Mountain. They would even be able to personally discuss the sword with the Sword Master of Dongting. Dongting Sword Master was one of the strongest sword cultivators in the void. It was a great opportunity to be able to learn from him and even be accepted as a disciple. It was amazing. Dongting's Sword Master. Chunzong thought for a while and suddenly remembered the former owner of Nirvana Evil Sword. He seemed to be called Nirvana Sword Master. The 2 words Sword Master seemed to be a kind of honor and a symbol of supremacy. The 3 dominators of Eternal Battlefort were probably at the same level as the Sword Master. In other words, they represented the strongest power in the void. It was a great honor and a great opportunity to become a disciple of the Sword Master. All of the sword cultivators would be excited. Chunzong was also moved. He was naturally very curious about Dongting Sword Garden. Dongting Sword Garden is a great opportunity for sword cultivators. You must seize it. Su Wan sent another message. If you can be chosen by Dongting Sword Master and become his disciple, you will have a meteoric rise. Her words were full of encouragement. In Su Wan's opinion, if Zong could be chosen by Sword Master Dongting and become his disciple, then Zong's status would undergo an enormous change. With Zong's temperament, it would be beneficial to Su Wan as well. Of course, it would also be very beneficial for Zong. Zong was not the only one who saw the news about Dongting's Sword Garden. Those who had 9 Heavens Rings saw it. Even those who did not have 9 Heavens Rings knew about it. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion everywhere. Dongting's Sword Garden? Then the Skyheart Sword will also go there. Good, I don't have to look for you directly. The small bearded man with 3 sharp swords on his back smiled coldly and gave up on his plan to go to Second World Suppressing City. The 9 Heavens Rings also clearly pinpointed the location of Dongting's Sword Garden, making it easier for people to go there. Zong immediately bought a mid-tier flaming void crystal. A mid-tier flaming void crystal was worth 1,000 void dollars. Zong bought 300 of them at once, spending 300,000 void dollars. He had almost used up all his wealth. As for the low-tier flaming void crystals he had obtained from the third commander, there were 600 of them. After selling them all, they were only worth 60,000 void dollars. It could be considered to have replenished some of the wealth he had spent. At least he would have some void dollars to use. Although the evanescent ship was a top-tier void flying ship, the price of a top-tier flaming void crystal was too high. He simply could not afford it. Moreover, with Zong's current ability, he could only make the evanescent ship display the speed of a mid-tier void flying ship. Hence, the mid-tier flaming void crystal was just right. Of course, buying the flaming void crystal was just a preparation. Zong actually did not plan to drive the void flying ship to Dongting's Sword Garden himself. The evanescent ship was a top-tier void flying ship. Perhaps a demigod might not be able to see through its mysteries, but it was hard to guarantee that an eminent god realm expert would not be able to see through its mysteries. If an eminent god realm expert saw through the mysteries of the evanescent ship and he himself was a demigod realm expert, it would definitely be a disaster. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zong would not choose to drive the evanescent ship himself. It would be too eye-catching. His ability was not enough to protect it. Once he lost the evanescent ship, it would be very difficult to fulfill Yukong Venerable's dying wish in the future. If he did not complete it within 1,000 years, what awaited him would be the backlash of his oath. Fortunately, there were many sword cultivators in Second World Suppressing City who wanted to go to Dongting's Sword Garden. Naturally, there would be people who wanted to earn this money. A 1,000-meter-long void flying ship was parked outside Second World Suppressing City. Those who wanted to go to Dongting's Sword Garden could buy tickets and board. 1 ticket for 10,000 void coins. This price was simply shocking. If it was any other time, very few people would be willing to buy such a high price. However, at this moment, Dongting's Sword Garden was obviously more important. Gritting his teeth, he bought it. I want 2 tickets. Zong and Lin Weiyin walked over together. Not selling. A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the person who was about to sell the tickets to stop. Chu Shanhe. It was Chu Shanhe who walked over. His cold eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Zong. This is the Shanhe Hall's void flying ship. If you want to board, you can. I'll give you 2 choices. Chu Shanhe's cold eyes had a hint of mockery. First, swear to join the Chu clan and become a member of the Chu clan. With your talent, the Chu clan will definitely put you in an important position. This was actually what the Chu clan had always wanted. Even if Chu Shanhe didn't like it, he had to abide by it. He personally preferred the second option. Second, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. I'll give you a free ticket so that you won't miss the opportunity to go to Dongting's Sword Garden. With that, Chu Shanhe revealed a sinister smile. Oh, I forgot. There's a third option. With that, Chu Shanhe looked at Lin Weiyin. Lin Weiyin, as long as you kneel down and beg me and become my slave, I'll let both of you board the ship for free. One had to admit that Chu Shanhe's idea was very good. Disgusting. Lin Wayne looked at Chu Shanha coldly, as if she was looking at maggot. That look almost drove Chu Shanha crazy. "Let's go," Chun Zong said to Lin Wayne. Since they couldn't board the ship, they could only use other plans. For example, using the evanescent ship. Otherwise, they would have to miss this opportunity. They were the cultivators who had rushed over from the 3 great cities of world suppression and the other planets. Most of them were swordsmen. In addition, there were also some non-swordsmen who had come to watch the fun or to try to enter the daunting sword garden. Su Wan's void-flying ship also appeared from the void and rapidly approached. In all directions, there were dozens of void spaceships and flying boats surrounding the daunting sword garden. The smallest had 3 or 4 people, and the largest had 1,000 people. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Of course, tens of thousands of swordsmen were not a big deal to the Yuan galaxy. But basically, the swordsmen who could come were more outstanding. Chun Zong's gaze swept across and saw the void spaceships of the Yuan sect. He guessed that some of the disciples of the Yuan sect sword palace should have come, as well as the disciples who practiced swordsmanship. But he did not know whether they were true disciples or inner disciples. However, Li Wenhe and Bai Mei should not have come. After all, they were not swordsmen. Is it the Dongting Sword Garden? On the void spaceship, many people stared at the Dongting Sword Garden in amazement. Other than the planets, the buildings that could stand in the void were all extraordinary. For example, the 2nd great cities of world suppression had been built by many experts using many precious materials. It was a treasure. Similarly, the weapon gate was also an extraordinary treasure. By the same token, the Dongting Sword Garden itself was also a priceless treasure. It's really amazing. How extravagant. I heard that there are hundreds of such sword gardens in the void. Hundreds of Dongting sword gardens, each of which required a lot of precious materials and energy to build. Hundreds of them were undoubtedly astonishing. Of course, hundreds of Dongting sword gardens were not a lot for the void. In fact, they were very few. After all, there were hundreds of famous stellar zones in the void. Within each stellar zone, there were at least dozens and hundreds of galaxies. This was an incomplete count. Hundreds of Dongting sword gardens sounded like a lot, but when separated into galaxies, it was actually very few. In many galaxies, only hundreds of galaxies had this opportunity. Of course, neighboring galaxies could also try their best to come, but it was usually only 2 or 3 neighboring galaxies. Now, those from a Yuan galaxy had arrived first. As for those from neighboring galaxies, they were still on their way. A high-tier void spaceship had just completed a void travel and entered a high-speed period. This high-tier void spaceship belonged to the Fengling sect, a mid-tier nebula-level force. Naturally, almost all of the people on it were sword cultivators from the Fengling sect. This Yuan galaxy is really lucky, a young man in blue with a sword said with a smile as he brewed tea. Indeed, the Dongting Sword Garden actually appeared there. A young man in red who was sitting next to him and carefully wiping the blade of a large sword had a faint smile on his face. It would be great if it appeared in our Fengling sect's galaxy, another young man in green said with a smile. If the Dongting Sword Garden had appeared in the Fengling sect solar system, then more people would have been able to enter the 3 solar systems that the Fengling sect controlled. Now, only a small number of people had arrived. After all, it would take a long time to travel from the Fengling sect's galaxy to the Yuan galaxy. This was because mid-tier void spaceships could not cross the void belt between galaxies. They had to be of a high tier. It was too dangerous for mid-tier void spaceships to enter the void belt. It was almost impossible to survive. Our competitors this time are not sword cultivators from the Yuan sect. In addition to the sword cultivators from the Fengling sect, there was another mid-tier nebula-level force adjacent to the Yuan sect, the Heavenly Punishment Army. The overall strength of the Heavenly Punishment Army was not inferior to the Fengling sect at all. There were many experts and sword cultivators in the army, so they definitely would not miss such a grand event. In this way, the Dongting Sword Garden in the Yuan galaxy would evolve into a competition between the Yuan sect, the Fengling sect, and the Heavenly Punishment Army. However, from the tone of the Fengling sect disciples, it seemed that they did not take the Yuan sect disciples seriously. Only the Heavenly Punishment Army was seen as an opponent. In the Yuan galaxy, around the Dongting Sword Garden, the gate of the Dongting Sword Garden was closed and surrounded by countless sword chi. It looked like it had not opened yet. Everyone was waiting on the void spaceships and the void airships, waiting for the Dongting Sword Garden to open. As far as I know, only sword cultivators are qualified to enter the Dongting Sword Garden, Su Luan said unhurriedly. However, not all sword cultivators can enter. Chunzong nodded. This was easy to understand. After all, there were probably tens of thousands of sword cultivators who had rushed over. Moreover, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be more sword cultivators coming later. When that time came, there would be even more sword cultivators wanting to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. It was hard to imagine that tens of thousands of sword cultivators would rush into the Dongting Sword Garden. The Dongting Sword Garden has never appeared in the Yuan galaxy before. However, as far as I know, to enter the Dongting Sword Garden, you have to pass 3 tests. They are called the 3 questions of the way of the sword, Su Luan said with a smile. The 3 questions of the way of the sword. Lin Wayne also spoke. Although she still had some reverence in her heart, she was not as respectful as before. Instead, she dared to speak. What are the 3 questions? The 3 questions are sword body, sword intent, and sword heart. If you pass, you can enter the garden. If not, you are not qualified, Su Luan answered. This was for Chunzong's sake. Otherwise, with Lin Wayne's status, she was not qualified to sit in front of him and talk. As for the 3 questions, I can't describe them. Sword body, sword intent, sword heart. Chunzong and Lin Wayne murmured. It was hard to infer anything from just the name. However, both Chunzong and Lin Wayne were looking forward to it. What were the 3 questions of the way of the sword in the Dongting Sword Garden like? Now they just had to wait. Wait for the Dongting Sword Garden to truly open. Time passed slowly. More and more void spaceships and void airships arrived. The number of people was increasing. A powerful presence whistled out like a gust of wind. Accompanying the gust of wind was a 1,000-meter-long spatial battleship. It was completely dark green, and the insignia on it was like an agile gust of wind. It seemed like it could leave the spatial battleship at any time and sweep out in all directions. Fengling's sect. Su Luan narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other side, the people on the void spaceship of the Yuan sect also narrowed their eyes and looked solemn. The Fengling sect was of a higher level than the Yuan sect. It was also more powerful. The appearance of the Fengling sect's void spaceship clearly showed that they were not here to watch the fun. The Fengling sect came here directly without applying to the Yuan sect first. A true disciple of the Yuan sect said coldly. The Yuan star system was the star system under the rule of the Yuan sect. If other forces wanted to enter on a large scale, they must first apply. Otherwise, it would be considered an invasion. Of course, if it was only a small scale or a small number of people entering, it would not be so troublesome. At most, they would just need to inform the Yuan sect. Rules were dead, but people were flexible. Especially when it came to an opportunity like the Dongting Sword Garden, it was not easy to argue about whether to apply or not. If they really wanted to argue about it, it would be up to the higher-ups to argue about it. As soon as the void spaceship of the Fengling sect appeared, it attracted a lot of attention, causing people to look solemn. Not long after, another void spaceship flew over. Its appearance was quite strange. It looked like a blood-red battle saber. The aura it emitted was very shocking. It was filled with bloodlust. The symbol on the spaceship was like a giant saber that had slashed down from the sky. It seemed to be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. It contained the aura of the heavens' judgment. The Heavenly Punishment Army is also here. Su Luan narrowed his eyes again, emitting a cold light. Chapter 2019. Third update. Please pay attention to the public account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. When there are changes to the update time, there will be a notice inside. You can know in advance. The arrival of the Fengling sect and the Heavenly Punishment Army made the atmosphere around the Dongting Sword Garden even more solemn. An invisible pressure quietly spread, like an invisible wind blowing through everyone's heart. On the void spaceship of the Fengling sect, a group of disciples stood at the bow of the ship and looked over. After a glance, their gazes fell on the void spaceship of the Heavenly Punishment Army. A group of young men and women also stood at the bow of the spaceship. As for the people of the Yuan sect and the cultivators of the Yuan galaxy, they seemed to have been ignored. The atmosphere became even more solemn and murderous. The gazes of the disciples of the Fengling sect and the Heavenly Punishment Army were like swords, meeting each other in the void. It seemed to collide again and again, stirring up invisible sword chi that spread in all directions. It was cold and murderous, becoming more and more piercingly cold, causing people to feel a chill all over their bodies. Suddenly, an ancient sound of a sword rang out, instantly breaking the cold and murderous atmosphere in the void, attracting everyone's attention. The closed door of the Dongting Sword Garden seemed to be pushed open by an invisible hand. A crack appeared, and an incomparably dazzling light shot out from the crack. It was bright and dazzling, as if the sword light was shining. It filled everyone's eyes and affected everyone's emotions. It opened. The door of the Dongting Sword Garden opened. This meant that the Dongting Sword Garden was about to truly open. The swordsmen were even more excited because they had hopes of entering the Dongting Sword Garden. As long as they entered the Sword Garden, they would be able to discuss swords and improve their accumulation and attainment of swordsmanship. They even had hopes of entering the Dongting Sword Mountain, having a chance to meet the Dongting Sword Master, and having a chance to be accepted as a disciple by him. That would be like reaching the heavens in a single bound. At least, that was the view of many cultivators. After all, the Dongting Sword Master was one of the top experts in the void. He was a supreme expert. As the door of the Sword Garden opened, the countless sword chi that surrounded the Dongting Sword Garden also gathered in front of the door. A miraculous scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The boundless sword chi formed a path that stretched out for thousands of meters, and it led to the door. To enter the Sword Garden, one must first step onto the path of sword energy. Seeing the endless sword chi in the surroundings converge into a path of sword chi, the Sword Garden was no longer surrounded by sword chi. Immediately, the eyes of a few cultivators lit up slightly. They immediately flew out of the void ship and rushed towards the Dongting Sword Garden at their fastest speed. There must be many treasures in the Eastern Court Sword Garden. As long as I can get them, I can change my fate, a dark-skinned middle-aged man thought to himself as he rushed towards the Sword Garden at an astonishing speed. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, I don't believe in heresy. A black-robed old man's eyes were cold and cunning. For most cultivators, the Dongting Sword Garden only existed in legends. They only knew that the Dongting Sword Garden represented a great opportunity. Why were only sword cultivators qualified to enter? Why were they not fated to enter? It was inevitable that some people would have more complicated thoughts. Just like a poor but ambitious person who saw a magnificent and luxurious place, it was inevitable that he would want to break in and take something valuable. Only some people would put their thoughts into action, while others would wait and see rationally. Everyone was surprised by the actions of these people, but no one went to stop them. Some were too late to stop them, some were indifferent to the matter, and some had flickering eyes. Clearly, they had the same thoughts, but they were more rational in controlling themselves. Not long after, the figures rushed into the Sword Garden one after another, but they did not go through the main entrance. Instead, they tried to see if they could break in from the side. Close. Suddenly, there seemed to be the sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed. Sword light flashed, as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. In that instant, the sharpness that burst out stunned the void. Everyone felt their eyes brighten. In an instant, it was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. The frightening sharpness touched their bodies, and a chill invaded their bones. They could not help but tremble slightly. The sword light flashed and remained in the void. It did not dissipate for a long time, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The figures were immediately cut open. In the next moment, they exploded into a bloody mist and dissipated in the void. Shenzong narrowed his eyes and stared at the sword light. His aura was extremely restrained and deep, as if it was indestructible. It was an extremely high level of swordsmanship and an extremely high level of swordsmanship. Among them, there was the shadow of void scars, but it seemed to be even higher. Sword silk, thunderous sword chi, and void scars were the three high-level techniques of swordsmanship that were publicly known, but they were not all. After a long while, the sword light slowly faded, blurred, and disappeared. The few adventurers were completely destroyed. Not even their corpses were left. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Some people who were not swordsmen but wanted to take the risk and enter the sword garden gave up on their hope. Although many opportunities had to be obtained with their lives on the line for a glimmer of hope, the opportunity in the Dongting Sword Garden was obviously not something that they could obtain even if they risked their lives. It seemed that there was no hope at all. Swordsman. Only swordsman was qualified. At this moment, many people regretted that they did not choose to practice swordsmanship back then. Practicing swordsmanship was so good. It was chic, carefree, and cool. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, and they moved freely. It was such a good image. Why did they choose other martial arts back then? Was it too late to regret it now? The path of sword chi was surrounded by countless strands of sword chi. Every strand of sword chi was changing colors. It looked extremely magnificent, dazzling and magnificent. It also seemed to have a dreamlike color that made people fall into a dream. Everyone was observing, but no one took action. After a while, someone seemed to be unable to hold back. If you don't go, I'll go first. A burly man with a broadsword on his back suddenly leaped out of a void spaceship. He turned into a huge sword light and landed directly on the path of Sword Tao. Everyone stared. The burly man's face was tense, and he looked extremely serious and vigilant. However, he did not encounter any attacks. Taking in a deep breath, the burly man strode forward and set foot on the path of sword chi. He seemed to have fallen into a dreamy sword chi. His figure became grotesque, rippling with the waves. However, he had only taken 3 steps when he came to a halt. He was unable to take his 4th step no matter what. Afterwards, his body trembled violently as if he had been struck by an invisible force. He was blown away, falling outside the path of sword chi. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. I actually failed. The burly man wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was not heavily injured, but he was stunned. Everyone was stunned when they saw that the burly man had failed. They sank into their thoughts. Clearly, many people already knew about the so-called 3 questions of the way of the sword. However, it was impossible to explain what the 3 questions of the way of the sword were without experiencing it personally. Immediately, another person leaped out. This time, there were over a dozen people. They all landed before the path of sword chi and stepped forward, stepping onto the path of sword chi. The path of sword chi was very wide. Even if 100 people walked side by side, it would not be crowded. It was very easy for a dozen people to step on it. When the dozen people stepped on it, their bodies also entered the colorful sword chi. Their bodies seemed to be infinitely stretched or compressed. It looked like they were refracted in water, but also like a hazy mist. It looked very strange. These dozen people were either independent cultivators or disciples from star-level forces. They were not very strong. 2 of them were even weaker than the previous burly man. They could not move after taking 1 step. Then, they were ejected from the path of sword chi. They only staggered back but were not injured. Some were similar to the previous burly man, but some were better. The best one had taken 10 steps, which was about 10 meters away from him. The path of sword chi was about 1,000 meters long, but it was less than 10 meters away. It was very far from the door. Failure. All of them failed. Let me do it. Me too. This time, even more people appeared. There were close to 100 of them, and they all stepped onto the path of sword chi. Everyone had seen clearly that the path of sword chi was not life-threatening. At most, they would be injured. As long as it was not a serious injury that would kill them, It was acceptable. There was no life-threatening danger, so everyone was even more relieved. However, those genius sword cultivators did not move. They continued to observe. Nearly 100 people rushed onto the path of sword chi and began to move forward. However, they were all ejected from the path of sword chi after taking at least one step. Some of them fell outside the path of sword chi, and some of them had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Failure. All of them failed again. The fourth batch, the fifth batch, the sixth batch, one batch after another. When it was the 10th batch, it was still a failure. No one could enter the Dongting Sword Garden. The best result was to take 30 steps. That was all. 30 steps was less than 30 meters. It was a big difference from 1,000 meters. In this way, nearly 1,000 people had failed. Although nearly 1,000 people were nothing compared to tens of thousands of people, it made everyone look serious. It was really difficult to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. For a moment, everyone looked serious. Let me give it a try. A voice sounded, and it sounded somewhat leisurely. It was as if he did not care about the path of sword chi at all. In a flash, he turned into a sword light that streaked across the void and landed in an instant. Once he landed, he did not stop. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and immediately turned into a stream of light that rushed into the path of sword chi at an amazing speed. It seemed that he intended to rush into the path of sword chi at an extremely fast speed and enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Lu Ming, the Sword of Rapid Light. Many people from the First World Suppression City exclaimed. The Sword of Rapid Light is ranked 130th on the demigod list. He is very powerful. He will definitely enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Haha, our First World Suppression City will be the first to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Many people from the First World Suppression City cheered, as if they were very excited. It was as if it was a great honor to be the first to enter the Sword Garden. The Sword of Rapid Light, Lu Ming, was indeed very fast. He was definitely ranked 130th on the demigod list. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. It was a smile that was full of confidence in his speed. Chapter 2020. Author's Note. Today's big break. The first update will be presented first. Remember to start with the monthly votes. With a flash of light, Lu Ming fell outside the path of sword chi. He staggered back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was stunned. How was this possible? How could I have failed? Lu Ming's face was filled with astonishment when he regained his senses. He could not believe that he had failed. 300 meters. Lu Ming had advanced 300 meters, which was the furthest he had advanced so far. It was far better than the second place, but it was useless. A failure was a failure. 1 meter and 990 meters were both failures. The failures of the previous people didn't cause much of a stir, but Lu Ming's failure had an obvious impact. The 130th place on the demigod list in the city of Suppressing World. A sword practitioner in the second tier of the demigod level could only advance 300 meters. Was the path of sword chi so difficult? What was the mystery of the 3 questions of the sword principle? Lu Ming was a little depressed. He looked like he had lost his soul. It was completely different from his previous high-spirited self. What a blow. If even he couldn't enter the Dongting Sword Garden, who else could? Top 100 on the demigod list? Maybe, but not necessarily. Lu Ming had only advanced 300 meters on the path of sword chi, which was 1,000 meters long. There were still 700 meters left. He hadn't even passed the first of the 3 questions of the sword principle, the sword body, let alone the sword essence and the sword heart. Lu Ming's failure made everyone pay more attention. This is the standard of the Yuan sect. On the void ship of the Fengling sect, a disciple of the Fengling sect chuckled. Then, as if he had lost all his weight, he floated toward the path of sword chi as if he was carried by a gust of wind. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to be carried by an invisible wind, spreading all around and entering everyone's ears. The people of the Heavenly Punishment Army sneered, but the people of the Yuan sect looked unhappy. They were vaguely angry. It was obviously contempt. Let's see what you can do. Junior brother Yang still loves to show off. On the void ship, a blue-robed disciple of the Fengling sect said with a slight smile. But his tone didn't sound reproachful. Eldest senior brother, junior brother Yang Sword, is just like his temperament. If he were to change his temperament, he wouldn't be him, a female disciple said with a smile. The disciple of the Fengling sect gently landed on the ground, and with a light tap of his toes, his whole body floated forward. His azure gold robe fluttered in the wind, giving him a carefree and unrestrained aura, which was very eye-catching. Enter. The Fengling sect disciple continued to move forward. His speed was much faster than Lu Ming's, who was known for his speed. Moreover, he had the calmness and freedom that Lu Ming lacked. The Wind Spirit School is good at wind. Their disciples mainly cultivate the sword. Su Wan spoke, and his voice was transmitted to Chen Zong and Lin Weiyin's ears. Infusing the way of the wind into the sword, and becoming one with the sword, the body and the sword will move with the wind. Humph, what's the use of being fast? Lu Ming said angrily. It didn't take long for the Wind Spirit Gate's disciple to cross the 300-meter mark, overtaking Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming's face turned ashen, unable to say a word. In the face of the truth, everything was just sophistry, pale and powerless. At the 333-meter mark, the Fengling sect disciple paused for a moment, thinking that he was going to stop there. However, he took a step forward, as if he had stepped into a new world, and continued to move forward. Soon, he had crossed the 400-meter mark, 500-meter mark, 600-meter mark. At the 666-meter mark, the Fengling sect disciple paused again, and as if he had broken through the shackles, he continued to move forward. Forward, forward, forward. However, a figure attracted everyone's attention. 999-meter mark. The Fengling sect disciple was already standing in front of the gate of the Dongting Sword Garden. He looked back and smiled. That smile seemed to be a little proud, but also a little provocative. Immediately, he turned around and took a step forward, crossing the last meter and entering the Dongting Sword Garden. As soon as he entered the Sword Garden, he disappeared in front of everyone. First, after nearly 1,000 people had been eliminated, there was finally the first person to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Wang Jun, you go. On the void spaceship of the Heavenly Punishment Army, a young man in a dark red robe and wearing a half-blood-colored mask sat at the bow of the spaceship. His eyes were as black as gems, and the long sword in the crimson scabbard was pressed against the bow of the spaceship, while the other was resting on his shoulder. He seemed to be a little idle, and the temperament he exuded seemed to be somewhat decadent. However, no one dared to underestimate him, because the Heavenly Punishment Army on the spaceship clearly regarded him as their leader. Yes, young Marshal. The young man with a somewhat powerful figure and a blood-colored sword on his back immediately stood up. His posture was as straight as a sword, and his voice was low and powerful as he responded. Then, Wang Jun took a step forward, and in an instant his entire person erupted with a ball of blood-colored qi. It was as if a flame was burning, and the power it exuded was extremely shocking. With a boom, Wang Jun turned into a beam of blood-colored light and rushed out of the spaceship in an instant. Like a blood-colored meteor, he charged out with an unparalleled aura of iron and blood. At the same time, several dozen sword cultivators from the two galaxies under the rule of the Unorigin sect flew out as well. They all charged towards the path of sword qi, intending to try their luck as well. The disciple of the Wind Spirit sect had managed to enter the Dongting Sword Garden, encouraging them once more. Without personally attempting it, they would never be able to understand the mysteries and difficulties within. Piss off, Wang Jun roared in a low voice. In an instant, an iron-blooded, murderous aura exploded forth. Like a raging wave, it directly charged towards the dozens of people. The several dozen sword cultivators all trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. They felt like they had entered a hellish battlefield filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The sounds of slaughter shook the heavens, and the killing intent surged over like a tide, wanting to drown and swallow them whole. Suffocation. All of them felt like they were suffocating. Their faces paled, and they unconsciously retreated as their bodies went limp. From the looks of it, they had clearly been heavily injured in an instant. So domineering, someone immediately frowned. I've heard that the people of the Heavenly Punishment Army are all like this. They kill decisively, and their iron will means what they say. They're extremely domineering, said someone who had some understanding of the Heavenly Punishment Army. They're a bunch of lunatics, muttered someone. Their expression was very ugly, as if they had suffered at the hands of the Heavenly Punishment Army. The Heavenly Punishment Army. It was unusual for them to be named after the army. Wang Jun was so domineering, so naturally, no one would dare to provoke him for the time being. Thus, just like the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect, Wang Jun also stepped onto the path of Sword Chi alone. His movement technique was not as light and graceful as the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect, but it had a kind of steadiness to it. It was as steady as a mountain, unshakable, and like a violent wave, it pushed forward with astonishing might. Hidden within that steadiness were traces of sharpness that belonged to the sharpness of a sword. Shenzong stared carefully. Wang Jun's advance was very steady and did not speed up or slow down in the slightest. However, at around 333 meters, there was an obvious pause. However, the pause was shorter than that of the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect. He continued to move forward, stopping again at 666 meters, and then continued forward. At 990 meters, Wang Jun's figure paused, but he did not turn back. Instead, he stepped into the gate of the sword garden and disappeared. The second one, another one, entered the sword garden. I'll go. Xieyang immediately stood up, unable to sit still. How could he let the people of the Wind Spirit sect and the Heavenly Punishment Army be in the limelight? This was the territory of the Yuan sect. With a flash of swordlight, Xieyang turned into a gust of wind and flew out. Shenzong recognized Xieyang at a glance. After all, they had fought side by side on the desolate Dragon Star. He could see that Xieyang's strength seemed to be several times stronger than when he was on the desolate Dragon Star. The strength of a true disciple of a galactic-level force might not be as strong as some veteran demigod rank experts, but his talent was definitely superior. As long as he was given some time and opportunity, he would be able to grow rapidly and surpass those veteran demigod rank experts. The desolate dragon bloodline on the desolate Dragon Star was not ordinary. It was innately powerful and could be considered a good opportunity. If it were not for the fact that the intelligence of the desolate dragon could not be compared to that of a cultivator's, it would be possible for them to become a powerful race in the void. To become a powerful race, it was necessary to have a good brain. Otherwise, even if their bloodline was extraordinary and their talent was high, but they were stupid without any intelligence. In the end, they would only become the prey of others. The human race was innately inferior to many races in the void. However, they were able to dominate the void because of their superior intelligence. This was something that the majority of the void races did not possess. Shenzong thought of the desolate dragon on the desolate Dragon Star that was not afraid of death and was buried with its king. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Soon after, he withdrew his thoughts. Xieyang instantly landed and immediately stepped into the path of Sword Chi. At first, his speed was very fast, but after 333 meters, his speed began to decrease. Obviously, he was not as fast as the Fengling sect and the Tianqing army. After 666 meters, Xieyang's speed decreased again. It began to become very difficult for him to move forward. This scene immediately made the disciples of Yuan's sect frown. They faintly felt that something was wrong. 900 meters. At the 900-meter mark, Xieyang stopped. He couldn't go any further. His raised foot was in the air. It seemed like he wanted to put it down with great difficulty, but it was as if there was something blocking his foot. He couldn't do it no matter what. A force rebounded. In an instant, Xieyang could not resist. His whole body was catapulted out of the path of Sword Chi. After landing, Xieyang seemed to hear a burst of laughter. Suddenly, his expression changed. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak. He was only slightly injured after being catapulted out. However, he felt as if he had been laughed at. His strong self-esteem could not bear it. It was one disaster after another. Are those the disciples of a Yuan sect? On the void spaceship of Fengling's sect, the light laughter was like the wind. It was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The faces of the disciples on the void spaceship of Yuan's sect were very ugly. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Even junior brother Xie Yang could not enter the Sword Garden. What was the mystery of the 3 questions test on the path of Sword Chi? It should be known that Xie Yang ranked 5th among the successor disciples of Sword Palace of Yuan sect. I'll go. A seemingly older young man stood up. Without making any gesture, he streaked across the void and landed on the path of Sword Chi. Chapter 2021. Second update. By May, Sword of No Return, and the others were still growing and had yet to reach the peak of the demigod rank. As for the previous generation of true disciples, a small number of them had broken through to the imminent god realm. Some of them had died, some of them couldn't make any progress, and some of them had dug out their potential and reached the demigod rank. As for the previous generation of true disciples who were still alive, they had either become deacons of the sect or something else. In short, they were working hard and contributing to the sect in different places. Some of them had gone to other galaxies to seek opportunities to break through. This time, the daunting Sword Garden had descended upon the Yuan galaxy. Only 3 or 4 of the previous generation of true disciples were able to make it back in time. However, all of them had impressive strength and were even stronger than Sword of No Return. This previous generation of true disciple immediately displayed an astonishing demeanor. His speed was fast and steady as he continued to move forward and stepped into the daunting Sword Garden. More and more people rushed towards the path of Sword Chi and continued to move forward. Failure, failure, failure. Those who could break through the path of Sword Chi and enter the daunting Sword Garden were few and far between. The Guiyuan galaxy was adjacent to the Yuan galaxy. Many sword cultivators from the 3 major cities of world suppression had also rushed over. Breakthrough. No matter how many people failed, there would always be someone who succeeded. Everyone had also discovered that whether or not one could break through the path of Sword Chi and enter the daunting Sword Garden had nothing to do with one's strength. It was relative. This was because a sword cultivator ranked in the top 20 of the demigod rank had failed. However, a person ranked in the top 30 of the demigod rank had succeeded, albeit with great difficulty. This made everyone even more curious about the path of Sword Chi. They couldn't see through it. Of course, although the relationship between strength and the path of Sword Chi wasn't absolute, if one didn't have enough strength, they wouldn't be able to break through. Only when one's strength had reached the standard would the other tests begin. Another group of people had stepped onto the path of Sword Chi. Chunzong heard a cry of surprise. White Yama. Is he the White Yama? Chunzong stared at a person wearing a white robe and a white mask. The mask gave off a strange feeling. It seemed to be smiling, but it also seemed to be very serious. It was full of dignity. The pair of black eyes seemed to carry the dignity of a judge. When they were stared at, those who didn't have a strong will would be shaken, absent-minded, and feel uneasy and fearful. So the White Yama was also a sword cultivator. Previously, the White Yama was ranked 8th on the demigod list in the 2nd world-suppressing city. Now, Huang Xiaolong wondered how strong the White Yama was. Based on his perception, Chunzong felt that this man's strength was not to be underestimated. Other than the White Yama, there were a few other people that caught Chunzong's attention. For example, a few from the Wind Spirit sect and a few from the Heavenly Punishment Army. In addition, the top 10 demigod rankers in the world-suppressing citadels were all extraordinary. However, in terms of age, most of the people who ranked at the top of the demigod list in the major cities of world suppression were older. At the very least, they were not considered to be of the younger generation. Their talents were not bad, but they were not as good as the true disciples of the Nebula-level forces. However, they had relied on their own efforts and a longer period of time to obtain super strength, which allowed them to rank at the top of the demigod list. As for people like the White Yama and Zhu Qing, They were extremely talented and had great opportunities to stand out and compete with the demigod rank experts of the older generation. Up until now, the number of people who had failed the path of sword chi had exceeded 20,000. However, there were also more than 100 who had succeeded. Among them, half of the disciples from the Heavenly Punishment Army and the Wind Spirit sect had succeeded, while the other half had failed. As for the Yuan sect, more than half had failed, while a few had succeeded. The Drizzle Sword, Cleansing Rain, had yet to appear. It was probably because the injury that Chun Zong had left behind in the Divine Weapon Secret Realm had yet to heal. "Let's go," Chun Zong said to Lin Wayne. After seeing so many people trying the path of sword chi, Chun Zong could no longer hold himself back. All right, Lin Wayne was actually very nervous. After all, among the people who had failed, there were many who were stronger than her in terms of cultivation. Based on this situation, the chances of her failing were very high. However, no matter what, she had to give it a try. Who knew? She might be able to pass it. The two of them used their movement techniques and quickly left Su Luan's void airship, heading towards the path of sword chi. "You must be the Tianxin sword, Chun Zong. I would like to see what you're capable of to be ranked 10th on the demigod list." Not far away, a person landed and stared at Chun Zong with some arrogance. He carried 3 swords on his back and had a small beard. He was Sanju's sword, who was previously ranked 10th on the demigod list. However, he was replaced by Chun Zong and dropped to the 11th place. Therefore, he was very unhappy. Sanju, sword, originally planned to go to the second city of world suppression to find trouble with Chun Zong. However, due to the arrival of the Dongting Sword Garden, he changed his mind. As expected, he met the Tianxin sword Chun Zong here. However, it was a pity that Chun Zong only glanced at him and ignored him. Chun Zong did not know the reason, which made Sanju's sword very angry. He could not wait to draw his sword and stab a few holes in Chun Zong's body. In a flash, Chun Zong and Lin Wayne stepped onto the path of sword chi. "Well, I hope you can pass through the path of sword chi. I'll teach you a lesson when the time comes." Sanju, sword, snorted angrily and stepped onto the path of sword chi in a flash. From his tone, it seemed that he was very confident that he could pass through the path of sword chi and step into the Dongting Sword Garden. The moment he stepped onto the path of sword chi, Chun Zong felt as if there was an endless amount of sword chi surging towards him from all directions. It was extremely violent. The sword chi surged towards him from all directions like raging waves. He felt as if he was isolated from the world and was left alone. Lin Wayne was gone, and so were the others who stepped onto the path of sword chi. He was the only one left. Sword chi. Boundless sword chi continued to attack from all directions. Chun Zong realized that he was unable to dodge, nor was he able to defeat them. When he attacked, it was as if the sword chi did not exist. However, the moment it came into contact with his body, the sword chi ignored all of his defenses, and even the heartprint treasure robe did not seem to exist. It directly invaded his body. In an instant, Chun Zong felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. However, there seemed to be a mysterious power in his body that dissolved the sword chi that invaded his body. However, when Chun Zong took a step forward, 2 sword chi separated from the raging sword chi and invaded his body again. It was as if they wanted to tear his body apart. However, there seemed to be an extremely mysterious power in his body that turned the 2 sword chis into nothingness. 1 sword chi entered his body with each step. 2 sword chi entered his body with each step. 3 sword chi entered his body with each step. However, they were all dissolved by the mysterious and invisible power in his body. As Chun Zong moved forward, he allowed the sword chi to enter his body and dissolve it. At the same time, he pondered, was this the sword body test of the 3 questions of the Way of the Sword? When he first heard that one of the 3 questions of the Way of the Sword was about the sword body, Chun Zong thought that it was a test of the Way of the Sword, such as his Taichu sword origin form. However, he immediately denied it. After all, according to his observation, there were very, very few cultivators with extraordinary constitutions in the Yuan galaxy. As for the Way of the Sword, there were even fewer of them. The Lin family was a family of the Way of the Sword, but there was no such thing as a way of the sword. As such, this so-called sword body test should not be about the way of the sword. Now, Chun Zong understood that it was indeed not about the way of the sword, but it was still closely related to the sword. Those who practiced the sword were good at the sword, loyal to the sword, and sincere to the sword. They practiced the sword every day, every day, every day, every hour, every minute of every day. They were constantly influenced by the sword chi. Over time, as their way of the sword improved, they would be influenced more and more. Imperceptibly, they would become closer to the sword. By being closer to the sword, one would be able to better control the sword in one's hand and fully bring out the sharpness of the sword. It would allow one to better comprehend and cultivate sword techniques and master them to the extreme. However, not everyone who practiced the sword could be like this, because some people only used the sword and did not practice it. Using and practicing were completely different. Those who practiced the sword, regardless of their temperament, were at least sincere about the sword. Sincerity, righteousness, and body and mind were devoted to the sword. This was a sword cultivator. A true sword cultivator was a true sword cultivator. Only a true sword cultivator would have a sword body. It was not some special extraordinary constitution, but a kind of sincerity. It was an instinct forged by long-term sword practice and had long been integrated into one's body. Understanding the sword, using the sword, controlling the sword, and merging with the sword. It was the sword body. It was like an instinct. In an instant, Chun Zong understood. As for this so-called sword body, it was an extremely mysterious and indescribable existence. It was simply difficult to sense. But now, one of the 3 stages of the entrance examination of the daunting sword garden was the sword body. Using the mysterious sword chi to forge the path of sword chi, the sword body could appear here and resist the attack of sword chi. Being able to resist the attack of more sword chi at the same time meant that the sword body was more brilliant. Otherwise, if it was weak, one would fail, be ejected, and be eliminated. Looking at the path of sword chi, Chun Zong's speed was very stable. It was not the fastest or the slowest, but it gave people the feeling that it was the most relaxed. The speed of the triple extinction sword was very fast at the beginning, and it advanced bravely. However, as it progressed, its speed gradually decreased. Lin Wei's speed was very slow. She advanced step by step, as if she had to bear great pressure with each step. It made people wonder if she would be eliminated at any time. Su Wan could not help but shake her head. Chun Zong's chances of passing the path of sword chi and entering the daunting sword garden were not very high. However, passing the path of sword chi and the 3 questions of the sword Tao could only be experienced by oneself. Others could not help at all. The daunting sword master would not leave such a loophole for others to take advantage of. It was all up to oneself. If one could pass, one would pass. If one failed, one would be eliminated. There was no luck here. Everything depended on one's ability. Even if one could barely pass, it was because one's ability had barely reached the standard. Soon, Chun Zong crossed the distance of 300 meters. Every step he took, he had to bear the attack of more than 300 sword chi. When Chun Zong's footsteps reached the distance of 333 meters, he did not pause at all like the others. He directly took a step and stepped into the 334 meters. Chapter 2022. Third update. First update, Dominator of the 6 Realms, continue to write. Updates will continue at around 5 p.m. The 3 questions of Sword Principle. First question, Sword Body. Second question, Sword Essence. From 334 meters onward, Chun Zong still encountered Sword Chi. However, this Sword Chi was somewhat different from the Sword Chi he had encountered before. The Sword Chi was astonishingly pure and sharp. As it shot out, it transformed into numerous sword shadows that circled around the area. In an instant, one of the sword shadows charged forward with a sword that carried an incomparably sharp sword intent. The sword essence was of the wind element, which made the sword as fast as a gust of wind. It came at him from the front, which made Qinzong's heart skip a beat. Qinzong immediately found that he could not use any of his strength except for the heart sword. In an instant, Qinzong had a kind of understanding. He could not use his body to resist, because this was not the first question. Draw the sword. The heart sword essence condensed into a long sword in an instant, and he stabbed it out. In an instant, Qinzong shattered the sword shadow in front of him with his sword. Just like the first question sword body, when he took a step, there would be a sword shadow. When he took a second step, there would be 2 sword shadows. The sword shadows were condensed from pure sword essence. This was a collision of sword essences. If one sword essence was not strong enough, he would not be able to withstand it and would be eliminated. Qinzong's heart sword essence was a supreme sword essence, which was undoubtedly very powerful and amazing. In an understatement, whether it was 1, 2, or 3 sword essences, they were all shattered. Forward, 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 forward with indomitable will. Nothing could stop Qinzong's footsteps. The 3 questions of sword principle in the Dongting Sword Garden were very difficult for most sword cultivators, but for Qinzong, it was nothing. Soon, Qinzong was the first in this group to pass the sword essence test. He crossed 666 meters and stepped into the 667-meter range. The 3rd question of sword principle, sword heart. Countless sword chis surged and transformed into human figures. The faces of these figures were blurry, and even the silhouette of their bodies seemed to be shrouded in mist. It was as if he was being surrounded by ghosts. It was a very strange feeling. In a split second, a ghost-like figure flew out and approached Qinzong. The blurred face and body quickly solidified into the appearance of a middle-aged man in a green robe, appearing in front of Qinzong. As soon as he became corporeal, the other specter-like figures vanished as well. Only Qinzong and the green-robed middle-aged man were left standing there facing each other. Only the 2 of them remained. The light and shadows stretched and changed, turning into mountains and rivers. It was like a world. Around the green-robed middle-aged man, there were wisps of green. That was the power of the wind. They spread out and blew in all directions, covering the entire world. It seemed to have become a world of wind. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Rumble. The wind began to blow from subtle places. It blew and turned into a gale, a hurricane, and a raging storm. As the storm passed, the tough grass, towering trees, and majestic mountains were all bombarded by the storm. In just a moment, they were all uprooted and crushed in the storm, turning into powder. This power was extremely terrifying. It was like the wrath of heaven and earth. It was not something that could be resisted by humans. Qinzong was shocked. So powerful. It was really too powerful. Even if his strength was 10 times stronger, he could not achieve such power. Qinzong was greatly shocked. This is my storm sword principle. Are you willing to accept my inheritance and strive to reach the peak of the storm sword principle with all your strength? The green-robed, middle-aged man was like the god of storms as he stood within the endless storm. His eyes emitted a strand of green divine radiance as he stared at Qinzong. His voice seemed to have fused with the storm and the surroundings as it resounded through the heavens and the earth with boundless might. The amazing power kept rushing into Qinzong's ears and directly into his spirit sea. It was vast and mighty like surging waves. His heart seemed to be pulled, and it was surging. Qinzong had an impulse to accept the other party's windstorm sword Dao inheritance. However, in just a moment, Qinzong calmed down. This was because the message contained in the other party's words was very obvious. After inheriting the storm sword principle, he would strive to reach the peak of the storm sword principle with all his strength. Some people might ignore the meaning, but Qinzong noticed it. It was very likely that he would have to give up his original sword path. In an instant, Qinzong understood. This was the so-called sword heart test. Sword heart. Seeking the sword heart. Seeking the way. Heart of sword principle. It represented a kind of firmness. Firmness in one's own path of sword principle. Persevering in one's own sword path was the sword heart. In an instant, Qinzong rejected the so-called inheritance. Don't regret it. The green-robed, middle-aged man stared deeply at Shinzong. His voice was mixed in the rumbling storm, resounding through the world, and eventually became low and disappeared. The last sentence contained a form of impact, yet was unable to shake Chunzong's heart in the slightest. The storm in front of him dissipated, and the ghost-like blurry figure appeared again. Then, another figure quickly approached and solidified, turning into a burly man who seemed to be burning. The world evolved. Crimson flames spread out as the burly man swung his sword. In an instant, the flames spread out in all directions, spreading through the entire world. Everything was burned to ashes. The power seemed to be more terrifying than the previous storm. This was the burning sword principle, but Chunzong still rejected the so-called inheritance. Everything dissipated. The deep sea was boundless, and there were no waves, but it was incomparably deep. It hid a terrifying power that seemed to be able to drown and destroy everything. Deep sea sword principle. One after another, different sword principles appeared in front of Chunzong, showing incomparably mysterious and amazing power. It was extremely tempting, because each sword principle was more powerful than the other. Its power was more terrifying, and its potential was more amazing. But Chunzong rejected all of them. A starry sky appeared, and the starry sky was densely covered with stars. It was very magnificent and contained incomparably deep and amazing mysteries. There were endless mysteries. Starry Sky Sword Principle. Compared with the previous sword principles, this Starry Sky Sword Principle was more brilliant, more mysterious, and more profound. Chunzong concluded that if he inherited this Starry Sky Sword Principle, he would definitely become an expert in Sword Principle, and he would definitely be able to climb to the peak level in the void. At that moment, Chunzong was a little tempted, but he rejected it. Mountains stood tall, oceans were vast, heaven and earth were vast, and stars were rotating. In an instant, a sword light appeared. The sword light was vast and boundless, and it was full of terrifying power. Wherever it passed, mountains collapsed, oceans evaporated, heaven and earth shattered, and stars exploded. Great Destruction Sword Principle. With one sword, everything was destroyed. Compared to the Starry Sky Sword Principle, the Great Destruction Sword Principle was more terrifying, and its lethality was unparalleled. But Chunzong still rejected it. He continued to move forward, and another figure appeared. But this figure was obviously different from the previous ones. His facial features could not be seen clearly, as if he was shrouded in a fog. It was blurry, and he became more mysterious. You're very good. You can resist all kinds of temptations, stay true to your heart, and pass the test. It's enough to prove that you have an unwavering sword heart. The blurry figure spoke. His voice was gentle and dignified, as if it came from the heavens, and it contained a very unique rhythm. The rhythm was extraordinary. In an instant, it could attract people's attention, and they could not help but be immersed in the voice and be attracted. Moreover, the words spoken by the other party also gave people the feeling that he was different from those who wanted to impart some sword Dao to Yi Fuqian before. It was as if the figure was the master of the Dongting Sword Garden. He spoke from the perspective of an expert and master, and he said that he had passed the test. Passing the test was equivalent to passing the path of sword chi, and one could enter the Dongting Sword Garden. Since you have proven that you have an unwavering sword heart, I can pass on my sword principle to you without worry. I hope you can pass it on and carry it forward, the figure said. I refuse. Chunzong said these 3 words in a very calm tone, because in Chunzong's view, this was still a test, and he had not passed the test. Moreover, Chunzong even guessed that this was the last obstacle of the test. Are you sure you want to refuse? The figure was obviously a little stunned, and his tone was naturally surprised. Didn't you come to the Dongting Sword Garden to enter the Dongting Sword Mountain and gain the favor of the Dongting Sword Master? Now, the sword principle that I am going to impart to you is the sword principle of the Dongting Sword Sect. It will be of great help to you to enter the Dongting Sword Sect, lay a solid foundation for you, and even make you a disciple of the Dongting Sword Master. Are you sure you want to refuse? It had to be said that the figure's words were full of amazing temptation. What was the purpose of coming to the Dongting Sword Garden? In the end, it was to enter the Dongting Sword Mountain, gain the favor of the Dongting Swordmaster, and be accepted as a disciple. Now, there seemed to be a shortcut for him to take, so how could he refuse? I refuse, Chunzong said without hesitation, and his tone was very firm. The more the figure was so, the more Chunzong knew that it was fake. This was still a test. Hearing Chunzong's words, the figure seemed to be a little stunned, and then smiled. Not bad, not bad. Your sword heart has passed the test. I hope you can achieve good results in the Dongting Sword Garden and enter the Dongting Sword Mountain. With that, the figure disappeared. Chunzong found that all the sword chi had disappeared, and in front of him was an open door emitting a soft light. Looking back, it was the path of the sword chi. Chunzong saw that some people were still moving forward, but some had been ejected. As for Lin Wayne, she was in the second test of the sword will. Her progress was neither fast nor slow, and she might be able to break through to the third test and accept the sword heart test. However, the sword heart test was so tempting that it was hard to say whether Lin Wayne could pass it. But Chunzong had no choice. He could only rely on himself. Chapter 2023. Fourth update. The leaves were like swords, swaying in the wind. They did not make a rustling sound, but rather the sound of metal clashing. It was as if tens of thousands of swords were fighting against each other. As the sound entered one's ears, there was an astonishing, murderous aura that permeated every inch of the air. This made Chunzong very surprised. He had never seen such a place before. No, this place was not very special. There was a small path ahead, and it was very ordinary. What was unusual was the bamboo on both sides. The leaves were like swords, and the sound of metal clashing came from the bamboo leaves. No matter what words were used to describe the murderous aura of a swordmaster, no matter what method was used to cover it up, it could not change the fact that it was a sharp weapon for killing. Chunzong liked the aura here very much. The sound of the bamboo leaves swaying in the wind was like the sound of killing. In the depths of the bamboo forest, there was a huge circular platform floating. Around the platform, there were many small sword pavilions floating. There were people on each of the sword pavilions. Some of the small sword pavilions were close to each other and surrounded each other. It was obvious that they were people from the same force or had a good relationship with each other. For example, the Heavenly Punishment Army, Fengling Sect, Yuan Sect, and so on were the three largest sword pavilions. The people in the sword pavilions were the people who had broken through the path of sword chi and entered the Dongting Sword Garden. There were already more than 100 people. Oh, someone else has come in. It seems that there are still some good people in the Yuan Sect. Along the path, Chunzong kept walking forward, carefully listening to the sound of the bamboo leaves and feeling the pure murderous aura of the sword. The murderous aura entered Chunzong's ears. Little by little, it seemed to enter Chunzong's spirit sea and into his body, and some kind of indescribable change occurred. It was just that this change was very subtle and difficult to feel. Walking to the end of the path, Chunzong saw the huge platform floating in the air and the small sword pavilions around it. Soon after, as the sounds of killing grew louder and louder, they seemed to be closing in on Chunzong. They were leaves that looked like swords. They danced in the wind and surrounded Chunzong. They were densely packed and connected with each other. In the end, they formed a small sword pavilion. It carried Chunzong's body into the air and appeared beside the huge circular platform. This was a little strange, but Chunzong did not show any surprise. Everyone's gazes swept over and landed on Chunzong's face, as if they were trying to see through him. In the face of so many curious or malicious gazes, Chunzong appeared very calm and indifferent, as if he had not noticed anything. Is he Chunzong? In the sword pavilion of Yuan Sect, there was a young man who looked somewhat similar to Muyu. However, he looked more mature. When he looked at Chunzong, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be traces of lightning flashing. Senior Mule, He is Chunzong. Slanted Wind Sword replied. Very well. Muley sneered and retracted his gaze. Slanted Wind Sword shook his head. Senior Muley was the brother of Drizzle Sword, Muyu. He was the last generation's true disciple of Sword Palace and had been training outside. Now that Dongting's Sword Garden was open, he rushed back. Among the last generation's true disciples, Muley was ranked second. As for his current strength, he was even stronger than the current number 1 true disciple of Sword Palace, Sword of No Return. Muyu was injured, especially mentally. She had doubts about her own path of swordsmanship. If she could not overcome it, it would affect her life, and she would not be able to make any progress. She might not even be able to maintain her previous combat strength. To any cultivator, it was no different than death. Muley would definitely take revenge for his brother's death. Zhu Qing stared at Chunzong and let out a creepy smile. Not long after, someone else arrived. It was the man with 3 swords on his back. He was originally ranked 10th on the secondary divine leaderboard in 2nd World Suppression City. Now, he was ranked 11th, Sanju's sword. Sanju, sword glanced around. When he saw Chunzong, he let out a provocative smile. Shortly after, Xiao Jianting flew up and landed beside Chunzong. After a while, another person stepped into the sword garden. Chunzong was slightly stunned. Soon after, he let out a smile. Lin Weiyin. It was Lin Weiyin. Logically speaking, Lin Weiyin was talented and her swordsmanship was not bad. However, compared to the others, she was not good enough. In fact, Lin Weiyin was not strong enough to pass the path of Sword Chi. Under normal circumstances, she would stop at the 3rd test, Sword Heart. However, in the 3rd test, Sword Heart, although Lin Weiyin was tempted by various powerful swordsmanship, she rejected them at the last moment. This was because there was only one thought in her mind. Or rather, it was obsession. Chunzong will definitely be able to enter the Sword Garden. I want to enter the Sword Garden too. The power of obsession was sometimes very scary. Under such obsession, Lin Weiyin instinctively rejected all the swordsmanship teachings and passed the 3rd test, Sword Heart. Although examples like Lin Weiyin were not unheard of, they were extremely rare. It could be said that it was luck, but it was also a kind of ability. Without extraordinary spiritual perception and obsession, Lin Weiyin would not be able to pass the 3 questions of swordsmanship and enter the Dongting Sword Garden if she lacked either of them. Looking around, Lin Weiyin saw Chunzong and was instantly delighted. Soon, Lin Weiyin's Xiao Jianting was close to Chunzong. The 2 Xiao Jianting pavilions were almost side by side. However, the Xiao Jianting pavilions were independent and could not be merged into one. Otherwise, many people would have merged the Xiao Jianting pavilions together. Waiting. Everyone was waiting. When everyone entered the Xiao Jianting pavilions, they already knew that they could not attack the people in the other Xiao Jianting pavilions. Those who violated the rules would be expelled from the Dongting Sword Garden and lose this opportunity. This was also the reason why Mu Lei did not attack, even though he wanted to take revenge for his brother Mu Yu. Although there were not many swordsmen left, there were still some who had yet to attempt the path of Sword Chi. After some time, the swordsmen around the Dongting Sword Garden had finally passed the path of Sword Chi. 200 people. A total of 200 people had entered the Dongting Sword Garden. There were tens of thousands of swordsmen in several galaxies and 3 galactic forces. However, only 200 people had passed the path of Sword Chi and passed the 3 questions of swordsmanship. This showed how difficult it was. There were more than tens of thousands of swordsmen in several galaxies. There were more than 1,000 of them. However, only these tens of thousands of swordsmen were able to make it. They were considered the more outstanding ones. This meant that due to various factors such as distance, void currency, and so on, these were the only ones who could make it. They were considered the better ones. At least in the overall situation, they were above average. A few of them were even above average. For example, a few from the Heavenly Punishment Army and the Fengling sect. Another example would be the top 10 geniuses on the various demigod rankings. Therefore, the 200 people in the Dongting Sword Garden could represent the top and even top demigod swordsmen in several galaxies. The Dongting Sword Garden was all about opportunity, or rather, fate. If one of them appeared in the Ewan galaxy, that would be the fate of the swordsman in the Ewan galaxy. If the swordsmen from other galaxies could make it here, that would also be their fate. Those who couldn't make it here for various reasons could also be attributed to their lack of fate. Fate was very important. Even if the Dongting Swordmaster's temperament was different from other experts, and he had a wide range of disciples, there was still a limit. The Dongting Sword Garden was only open for a limited time. Making it here and entering before the opening time was equivalent to obtaining the opportunity, or rather, the key to the opportunity. On the other hand, if one couldn't make it here before the opening time, they would have lost the opportunity. After a few more days, no one else made it here. The gate of the Dongting Sword Garden began to close. As it closed, I wonder what's going on inside. The swordsmen who failed the path of sword chi and those who couldn't because they weren't swordsmen watched from outside. They were very curious about what the sword conference in the Dongting Sword Garden was like. The crowd outside the sword garden was very curious. The crowd inside the sword garden was also very curious, because the outside world's understanding of the Dongting Sword Garden was actually limited to the 3 questions of sword principle. As for what the so-called sword conference was after entering the garden, no one knew. Those who had entered the sword garden before didn't spread any news. Perhaps there were some restrictions. In the center of many sword pavilions, on a huge circular platform, a light shadow appeared. The light shadow was white and misty. It seemed to be a human figure, but it also seemed to be a sword shadow. It couldn't be distinguished clearly and was very strange. There are a total of 200 people who have passed the 3 questions of sword principle and enter the garden. Congratulations. The misty white light shadow made a sound, overlapping, like the sound of metal clashing. It directly penetrated into everyone's ears. But don't be happy too early. You just stood out from a group of nonentities. You've just obtained the entrance ticket to the opportunity. Many people frowned when they were described as ants. Displeasure appeared on their faces. But they didn't do anything. They just listened quietly. You've disappointed me. You've been called nonentities by me, but no one has drawn their swords. You're not brave at all. It's not fun at all. The misty white light shadow made a slightly disappointed and mocking remark. It seemed that it did it on purpose. Since that's the case, you've all heard it. I'll only say it once. The rules of the Sword Garden Sword Conference are that all of your powers will be temporarily sealed. All of your magical sword techniques will also be ineffective. Everyone's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Although it was temporary, if all of their powers were sealed and ineffective, wouldn't they become ordinary people? From possessing great power to becoming an ordinary person, it was undoubtedly falling from heaven to hell. Who could bear it? Even if it was temporary, it didn't seem to include the sword intent. It still retained a part of its power, including the sword principle and Tao intent that you've mastered. It will also be sealed. The white light shadow's words made everyone's expressions turn even uglier. If even the sword principle and Tao intent were sealed, then they would be completely reduced to ordinary people. Don't worry, you still have a good basic sword technique, the white light shadow said with a smile. It seemed to have some mischief. Basic sword technique. Could it be that it intended to let everyone fight with the basic sword technique and then eliminate some people and leave some people behind? Survival of the fittest? It seemed to be possible. Chapter 2024. Fifth update, wrong. Everyone was wrong. Their cultivation was sealed, their extraordinary power was sealed, and their will was sealed. All sword moves and martial arts could not be used. At most, they could only use basic moves. Everyone had thought that they would have to use ordinary strength to fight with ordinary moves to determine who was better. Of course, even if all of their powers were sealed, and even those powerful moves were ineffective, they were still not ordinary people. At the very least, their attainments in basic sword moves were still there. Once they were used, they could at least fight against 100 or even 1,000 people. Their enemies were truly at the level of ordinary people. But even so, they felt a little strange in a sword competition. It seemed that they were not at the same level. There are 14 sword doctrines in the Dongting Sword Mountain. One of the rules of the Sword Garden is to let you observe and comprehend the 14 sword doctrines of the Dongting Sword Mountain. The words of the white figure stunned everyone, and then they became excited. They could directly observe and comprehend the 14 sword doctrines of the Dongting Sword Mountain. What kind of opportunity was this? Even if they did not major in it, they could comprehend the mystery of the sword doctrine and integrate it into their own sword doctrine. They could perfect and strengthen their sword doctrine and build a more solid foundation. Don't be happy too early. You're just entering the garden. You're only a little better than those ants who can't enter the garden. The white figure's poisonous tongue reappeared. So, you can't observe and comprehend the essence of the 14 sword doctrines of the Dongting sword doctrines. It's just the basics. There is a huge gap between the basics and the essence. Everyone's great enthusiasm and excitement cooled down in an instant, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them. Remember, ants, you have to master at least one of the basic sword moves of the 14 sword doctrines of the Dongting sword doctrine. After you master it, you will have the opportunity to challenge anyone in the sword garden. If you win, you will stay in the sword garden and be exempted from being challenged. You can continue to comprehend a sword steel. If you lose, you will be eliminated from the garden. The white figure's voice was full of ridicule and a trace of cruelty. It was not easy to enter the garden. If they lost, they would be eliminated and expelled from the sword garden, losing this opportunity. Of course, if they succeeded, they could continue to stay and be exempted from being challenged. Most importantly, they could continue to comprehend the sword steels. Such a rule was indeed very interesting. With their cultivation, strength, and Tao wills sealed, it seemed that everyone was at the same starting point. They had to comprehend, cultivate, and master the basic sword techniques of the 14 sword Daos of Dongting, and then fight with the basic sword techniques of the 14 sword Daos of Dongting to determine the winner. Remember, there will only be 10 victors left in the sword garden. The white silhouette let out a complacent and somewhat arrogant laugh. It quickly faded and disappeared. Buzzing noises continuously sounded. Immediately, numerous lights of various colors flickered above the enormous circular platform, transforming into numerous light pillars that shot down from the sky. 14 pillars of light, 14 different colors, were displayed in front of everyone. Every light beam emitted a different wave of energy with each color. The red color was as hot as a raging fire. The gold color was as sharp as a sword, and the blue color was as cold as ice. Everyone stared at the 14 pillars of light, feeling the mysterious fluctuations coming from them. They couldn't help but feel shocked. After 10 breaths, the 14 pillars of light slowly dissipated. In everyone's eyes, where the 14 pillars of light landed, 14 stone steels that were at least 10 meters tall appeared. They were shaped like swords and had different colors. The mysterious thing was that no matter from which angle, they could clearly see the front of each sword steel. It was not affected by the angle or line of sight at all. It felt as if they had been standing on the opposite side of the sword steel all along. But in fact, the 14 sword steels were all facing different directions. At the top of each sword steel, there was a mysterious and unique rune engraved on it. They had never seen it before, but at a glance, they immediately understood what it meant. For example, the rune on the crimson sword steel looked like a burning flame. It represented fire. When Chun Zong stared at it, he felt as if his eyes were about to be ignited. He could clearly feel the astonishing heat rushing towards him. In an instant, everyone understood that the 14 sword steels represented the 14 sword Daos of Dongting. Or rather, what was recorded on them should be the basic sword techniques of the 14 sword Daos of Dongting. So, choose, comprehend, and master. Soon, everyone focused their minds and eliminated all distracting thoughts. According to the rules of the sword garden, those who first comprehended and mastered one of the basic sword techniques could be the first to issue a challenge and seize the opportunity to eliminate others. Regardless of whether one wanted to be the first to seize the opportunity or not, one had to enter the stage as soon as possible and comprehend a basic sword technique as soon as possible. Some people's thoughts weren't so simple. They didn't just want to comprehend a basic sword technique, they wanted to comprehend more and master more sword techniques. If possible, of course, they wanted to master the 14 basic sword techniques. That would only be beneficial to them. However, it would be very difficult to comprehend and master the 14 basic sword techniques. Shenzong glanced at them. Among the 14 sword steels, 9 were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, light, and darkness. These 9 sword steels stood at the outermost periphery. The remaining 4 sword steels were in the middle and were divided into 4 sides. The 4 sword steels in the middle were taller, reaching a height of 15 meters and wider. The characters on these 4 sword steels represented star, kill, illusion, and extermination. It seemed that the sword principle represented by these 4 sword steels seemed to be more brilliant and powerful than the other 9 sword steels. A thought flashed through Chunzong's mind. He did not comprehend the basic sword techniques in the 4 highest sword steels directly. Instead, he chose to comprehend the basic sword techniques of the other sword steels first. This was not a safe place. There was no leisurely place for him to comprehend slowly. Therefore, it was necessary to master a basic sword technique first. Because one thing was certain, it would be more difficult to comprehend the basic sword techniques in the 4 highest sword steels, and it would take a longer time. Here, he could not gamble recklessly. He had to ensure that he could continue to stay here before thinking about other things. Shenzong glanced at the 4 sword steels and locked onto them. Metal, wind, fire, thunder. Each of them had its own characteristics and power. Without any hesitation, Shenzong immediately made his choice. The wind sword steel. His eyes were fixed on the wind sword steel. He concentrated all his attention and mind, and all the distracting thoughts disappeared without a trace in an instant. A whistling sound suddenly sounded. It was the sound of the wind. It was the sound of the wind blowing. Waves of light green airflow constantly filled the air and swept over. It was the wind. Gusts of wind blew over Chunzong, causing his long hair and clothes to flutter. In just a moment, Chunzong felt that everything around him disappeared, and he appeared in a world of wind. Gusts of wind blew continuously. He did not know where they came from or where they would blow to. The wind blew and blew, and endless wind spread in all directions. It was either forward or backward. What Chunzong had to do was to comprehend the sword principle of wind contained in this world of wind. There were no fixed moves to observe, and there was no one to guide him. He had to observe the wind in this world and comprehend it by himself. This was not an ordinary level of difficulty. This was no longer determined by the level of comprehension, but comprehension was also one of the important factors. Another factor was the foundation of the sword principle. The foundation would not be sealed. For example, if a person had an extremely smart mind but lacked the corresponding knowledge, it would be difficult for him to exert his intelligence. Only when intelligence and basic knowledge were combined could he burst out a strong light. Soon, Chunzong was able to observe the secrets of the world of wind. The sword was unsheathed and danced with the wind. Gradually, the sword light that Chunzong wielded was in harmony with the wind in the world. One sword followed another. There was no fixed move, but every time the sword was wielded, the sword gradually became blurred and turned into a sword light. The sword light also gradually became blurred and turned into wisps of breeze. The breeze was gentle and quiet, as if it was soundless, but there was a feeling that it could enter through every opening. Gradually, the sword in Chunzong's hand changed. The breeze became stronger and turned into a breeze that blew past. When the breeze blew past, it was no longer soundless. Instead, there was a slight sound that gradually spread out. As it blew, there was a continuous feeling as if it could blow for eternity. More understanding of the wind poured into Chunzong's heart. This feeling was very strange. Soon, the breeze changed again and became more obvious. It turned into a gust of strong wind and made a whistling sound, as if it was resonating with the wind in the surroundings. Chunzong felt that his sword seemed to be able to activate the wind aura in this world, even though it was only a preliminary stage. It was very strange. It was a very strange feeling. Of course, when one mastered the Wind Dao Insight, it was indeed possible to use the Wind Dao Insight to activate part of the wind power in the world. But now, there was no Dao Insight or anything else. It was indeed very clever to master this method purely based on the cultivation of the sword technique. This should be the Sword of the Wind Dao, created by Sword Master Dong Ting. No wonder he was one of the Dominator realm experts in the void. The gust of strong wind blew and made a whistling sound, attracting the wind aura in the surroundings. Gradually, when it accumulated to a certain extent, it became stronger again. The whistling sound of the wind became more intense, from a gust of strong wind to a gust of strong wind. The gust of strong wind swept across the world. In an instant, the wind aura attracted by it became more than 10 times stronger and more shocking. Every time the sword was wielded, it turned into a gust of strong wind and swept out. The gust of strong wind raged as if it was going to blow everything away. The wind in this world became more and more violent under Chunzong's sword. Unknowingly, Chunzong's sword paused for a moment. Then he swung his sword again. Rumble. The gust of strong wind seemed to have accumulated a lot of power. It let out an earth-shattering roar as if it was going to destroy everything in the surroundings. Hurricane. Chapter 2025. Sixth update. The World of Wind, the Sword of Wind Doctrine. Chunzong kept waving his sword, comprehending and mastering it. As he mastered it, he gradually understood that the Sword of Wind Doctrine had no fixed moves. It was only divided into levels. The first level was a breeze, the second was a breeze, the third was a gale, the fourth was a gale, and the fifth was a hurricane. Chunzong comprehended the fifth level of the Sword of Wind Doctrine. On top of that, he broke through the limit and comprehended its profound meaning. Even though it's just the foundation, it's still very extraordinary. After Chunzong finished comprehending, he exited the world of wind and could not help but exclaim. Speaking of which, the Sword of Wind Doctrine was only at the lesser superpower level. Its power was also at the lesser superpower level, but its essence was very mysterious. It felt like it was just a part of something unfathomable. The foundation. The Sword of Wind Doctrine was only the foundation of the Sword of Wind Doctrine of Dongting 14 Sword Doctrines. Since he had finished comprehending it, Chunzong did not challenge it. Instead, he chose to comprehend other sword steels. The Thunder Doctrine Sword Steel. The Thunder Doctrine Sword Steel contained the Thunder Doctrine Sword. This was a world that belonged to thunder. Strands of fine lightning swam in the air, flashing and flickering, occasionally bursting forth with strands of astonishing power. Bolts of lightning as thick as a finger swept through the air at an astonishing speed. Bolts of lightning as thick as an arm tore through the air as if they were going to pierce through everything. Bolts of lightning as thick as a thigh struck down from the sky as if they could shatter everything. Bolts of lightning as thick as a waist roared between heaven and earth as if they were going to turn everything into dust. The fifth level. The Sword of Thunder Doctrine was also at the fifth level. Chunzong's foundation of swordsmanship was extremely solid. This benefited from Chunzong's accumulation of consciousness. In addition, Chunzong's style of swordsmanship was to extract the essence of countless sword techniques and integrate them into his own swordsmanship, constantly improving it. This method gave Chunzong an extremely solid foundation of swordsmanship that was far superior to others. Now it was time for this foundation of swordsmanship to be put into play. Coupled with Chunzong's superb comprehension, the effect produced by the combination of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1. This was his advantage. Of course, Chunzong would not give up. He would comprehend it first. As for the challenge, he would think about it later. Out of the 10 spots, one would definitely belong to him. There was no doubt about this. Previously, the Dao insights Chunzong had grasped were wind, thunder, and fire. Even though he didn't have them now, Chunzong had an extremely deep foundation in wind, fire, and thunder sword techniques. This foundation was now being used. Soon, Chunzong comprehended the Sword of Thunder Tao. Still, no one took the initiative to issue a challenge. The situation had become somewhat special. Those who were confident in themselves did not intend to take the initiative to issue a challenge. In other words, after witnessing the profoundness of swordsmanship in the sword steel, everyone temporarily extinguished the intention to issue a challenge. They seized the time to comprehend as much as possible. After all, those who were able to enter the garden were all very talented in swordsmanship. They were all outstanding figures. They immediately understood that they had to try their best to comprehend the swordsmanship. Comprehending more of the profoundness of the swordsmanship would definitely be beneficial. It seemed that the sword conference had become a swordsmanship comprehension competition. In the void, the white silhouette stared and was a little stunned. Soon after, it let out a strange laugh. So dishonest. Looks like I have to give them something more. After 10 breaths, if no one issues a challenge, everyone will be eliminated. A voice full of malice suddenly came down from the sky and entered everyone's ears. Even those who were comprehending in the sword steel world could clearly hear this voice. Everyone was slightly stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. 10 breaths was very short and passed in the blink of an eye. If they really did not abide by the rules, perhaps everyone would be eliminated. It was impossible for them not to be nervous. Immediately, someone could not hold it in and quickly said, "I want a challenge." He turned his gaze and quickly pointed at one of them. Although the time was very short, everyone's reaction speed was very fast. They did not panic because of this. In addition, before comprehending, many people had already thought about who they would challenge first. Of course, they would choose those who were weaker than them. Although that feeling might not be accurate, at least there was nothing wrong with it. The person who was chosen was slightly stunned. Soon after, he let out a cold smile. They were treating him as a soft persimmon and wanted to pinch him. Then, he would let them know how powerful he was. In an instant, everyone was expelled from the sword steel world by a force. They could no longer comprehend. Damn it, how could this be? Immediately, someone's expression turned ugly. This was because his first choice was one of the 4 sword steels. In the end, it was very difficult to comprehend. He only managed to comprehend the 2nd level. When he started to comprehend the 3rd level, he was interrupted just as he was about to comprehend it. Chunzong naturally also left the sword steel world of the Sword of the Fire Path. Chunzong comprehended the Sword of the Fire Path in the sword steel of the Fire Path to the 3rd level. The 14 sword steels disappeared. The 2 people jumped out of the sword pavilion and landed on the huge circular platform. These 2 people were not disciples of the Yuan sect, nor were they disciples of the Heavenly Punishment Army or the Fengling sect. They were sword cultivators of the 2 major galaxies under the Yuan sect. With a clang, a sharp sword was unsheathed. With a flash of sword light, it turned into a wisp of wind that swept through the air. This sword was not his sword. It was a standard sword distributed by the Dongting Sword Garden. Other than being tough and sharp enough, it did not carry any other power. In this way, it further ensured that everyone's starting point was the same. Of course, any starting point was relative. One's foundation and comprehension could not be changed. If the Dongting Sword Master had that kind of ability, would there be a need for the Dongting Sword Garden to search for sword geniuses all over the void? Obviously, there was no need. They only needed to find some random people to improve their foundation and comprehension. The 2 sides in the battle, one comprehended the sword of Wind Path, while the other comprehended the sword of Water Path. The sword was unsheathed. With a flash of light blue light, it turned into a stream that flowed out. Everyone sat in the sword pavilion and became spectators. This was actually a kind of observation. They could reflect the same sword technique that they had comprehended. Even if it was not the same sword technique, they could still observe and see the mystery within and how to deal with it. Both sides of the battle had already comprehended the sword of Wind Path and the sword of Water Path to the 5th level. Those who could enter the Dongting Sword Garden were not weak. Their comprehension was also very high. They all had a solid foundation in sword techniques. Therefore, it was not difficult to comprehend the basic sword technique of one of the 9 small sword steels in a short period of time. Only a few people who were too ambitious and thought too highly of themselves to comprehend the 4 large sword steels did not completely comprehend the sword techniques contained in the 4 large sword steels. Sword after sword swept out like a cool breeze and a strong wind. Then, it turned into a howling gale that attracted the aura of the wind from all directions. It turned into waves of strong wind power that constantly attacked. Under the sword of water path, the sword light disappeared. Only streams of water swept out. This was the collision of wind and water. It was mixed with a sharp sound. It was the sound of the 2 swords clashing again and again. The sound was sharp and ear-piercing. Even if it was just a basic sword technique, it was at the level of a small superpower. It was more mysterious than many small superpower martial arts. Its concept was very brilliant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gale whistled, as if it wanted to destroy everything in its path. The gale continued to blow, while streams of water surged and turned into waves that surged out. The sword techniques of the 2 people were at the same level. It was not easy to determine the winner in a short period of time. Chunzong continued to comprehend the sword of fire path in his mind while observing. The mystery of the sword of fire path in the fire sword steel had been memorized by Chunzong. Of course, the efficiency of comprehension was not as good as in the world of fire sword steel, but it was still comprehended by Chunzong bit by bit. Gradually, the mystery of the 4th level of the Sword of Fire path appeared one by one and was grasped by Chunzong. Fight! The battle was extremely fierce because both sides were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Rumble! The wind turned into a hurricane that was extremely violent. It carried an astonishing aura that could destroy everything. The water also became extremely violent. It roared like a tsunami. For a moment, there was a feeling of the power of heaven and earth. It was indeed a very mysterious sword technique, even if it was just a basic one. For a moment, everyone was glad that they were able to enter the Dongting Sword Garden. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity. If they could get one of the last 10 places, they might be able to get more. They might even be able to obtain the true inheritance of the Dongting 14 sword principles. That would be an even greater opportunity. For a moment, everyone was excited. The battle was very fierce. The 2 of them were fighting with sword techniques at the 5th level. It seemed that they had not grasped the ultimacy. Comprehending the 5th level was still traceable in the world of sword steel. As for the ultimacy, it was completely up to one to comprehend it. The ultimacy that everyone could comprehend was not necessarily the same. Clash. After several high-intensity clashes, the 2 of them were sent flying. Immediately after, the user of the Sword of Wind Path rose with the wind and instantly chased after him. His sword cut across the sky. Kill. The user of the Sword of Water Path was a step slower and was immediately hit. This move was very powerful. After being hit by the sword, he was immediately seriously injured. Then, the sword light continued to attack like the wind. After dozens of strikes, the user of the Sword of Water Path was defeated. Eliminated. Under the gazes of the crowd, his body suddenly dissipated and disappeared. At the same time, outside the Dongting Sword Garden, a figure appeared out of thin air and attracted countless gazes. Everyone recognized that this person was one of the 200 people who had entered the Dongting Sword Garden. Why did he come out? What happened? Immediately, an expert asked. I can't say. I've been restricted. The person shook his head with a calm expression. This was not a lie. When he entered the Dongting Sword Garden, it was tantamount to reaching some kind of agreement with the Dongting Swordmaster. Everything that happened in the Sword Garden could not be leaked. Otherwise, it would be a breach of the agreement, and the price would be severe. No one was willing to try it. This was also the reason why the Dongting Sword Garden had always been very mysterious. Since he could not get anything out of this person, the Ascendant State expert did not force him. Chapter 2026. Seventh update. 6 Dao continues to write. Those who lost were eliminated and left the Dongting Sword Garden, while those who won returned to their small sword pavilion. He found that he had a chance to comprehend one of the sword steels. Fire sword steel, he murmured. Suddenly, the fire sword steel seemed to appear in his eyes. There seemed to be a fire burning in the air. I want to challenge you. After the first battle, someone immediately issued a challenge. The person who issued the challenge was none other than Sanju's sword, ranked 11th on the demigod ranking in the second city of world suppression in Yuan. Sanju's sword looked around and fixed his eyes on Chun Zong's small sword pavilion. Sword of Heavenly Heart, come out and fight with me. Let me see what you can do, the mustached man said coldly. Chun Zong grabbed the long sword provided by the Eastern Court Sword Garden and leaped. Using his strength skillfully, he leaped a few meters in an instant. He leaped from the small sword pavilion and landed on the edge of the huge circular platform, walking out step by step. Although this is not my real strength, it is enough to defeat you. The mustache man pulled out his long sword. The sword light was as cold as water and seemed to be filled with an indescribable sharpness. His tone was as sharp as a sword. His nickname was the Triple Sword. As the name implied, he needed 3 different swords in order to unleash his full potential. But now, he only had a very ordinary sword. In addition, his sword intent and his sword techniques had all been sealed. Naturally, his strength had been greatly reduced. Sword of Heavenly Heart was the same. Sanju's sword felt that his strength was greatly reduced, but he was confident that he could defeat Chun Zong in this state. Chun Zong didn't say anything because there was no need to. Who was more powerful was not something that could be said through words. It would be clear after a battle. Chun Zong was very confident in his own strength. The circular platform was huge, 10,000 meters in diameter. Their extraordinary strength was sealed. All that was left was their ordinary physical strength and endurance. But at that moment, Sanju's sword paused and unsheathed his sword. With a flash of golden light, it broke through the air and attacked. The moment the sword turned into a golden light and shot out, his feet and body were also propelled forward at an even faster speed. The sword skills in the sword steel were not only sword skills. They also contained the mysteries of body movement and footwork. They could make one's sword skills faster and more flexible. Sanju's sword attacked first. He had comprehended the sword skills in the golden sword steel and used the Sword of Metal Path. He had comprehended it to the 5th level. The Sword of Metal Path was one of the sword skills that Sanju's sword was good at, so it was easy for him to comprehend and master it. A sword tore through the air as golden light bloomed. It was extremely dazzling as it pierced straight towards Chun Zong. The sword light contained an extremely sharp might that could pierce through everything. It was as if it could pierce through Chun Zong with just a single strike. Chun Zongjian was unsheathed, and a gust of wind swept out. The swords collided in the void. It was a collision between metal and wind. It was the collision of 2 swordsmen. Sanju's sword attacked one after another. Each sword carried an astonishing sharpness that could pierce through everything. Sanju's sword was extremely sharp. It showed its sharpness and showed no mercy. Every sword was deadly. Its gaze was also extremely sharp. It was as if it wanted to pierce Chun Zong's body. Chun Zong's sword, on the other hand, was free and unfettered. It was as if the real wind was blowing between heaven and earth. It was indescribably comfortable. What a brilliant sword skill. What a brilliant comprehension. The Sword of Heavenly Heart is indeed extraordinary. This was the thought of some people in the Heavenly Punishment Army and Fengling sect. They thought that Chun Zong was not bad, but he was just not bad. They were true disciples of mid-level star system level forces. They could enter the garden easily. Their talent and foundation were far better than others. Under normal circumstances, they would only pay attention to true disciples of the same level forces or those of higher level forces. Obviously, the Sword of Heavenly Heart was not one of them. Of course, they did not know that Chun Zong had received some inheritance from a heavenly palace. Even if it was only a small part, he had entered the eternal battle for it. although it was only the lowest level of existence in the Eternal Battle Fort. However, whether it was the Eternal Battle Fort or Heavenly Palace, they were both star system level forces in the void. Most star system level forces could not compare with them. Even the Eastern Court Sword Mountain could not compare. Of course, the Eastern Court Sword Mountain only belonged to the Eastern Court Swordmaster. Strictly speaking, it was not a force. It was more personal. Once the Eastern Court Swordmaster disappeared, the Eastern Court Sword Mountain would also decline. Eternal Battle Fort and Heavenly Palace were the true forces that had been passed down for many years. However, Daunting Sword Mountain was obviously very outstanding in Sword Dao. They were not inferior to those star system level forces at all. Compared to Sanju's sword, Chunzong's basic sword skill seemed to be more exquisite. In other words, it was closer to the essence of the sword. On the other hand, Sanju's sword skill seemed to have stopped at a relatively shallow level. Of course, this gap could not be seen at all if one did not have high enough martial arts attainments and eyesight. Sanju's sword himself could not sense it. He had not reached that level yet. The 5th level of Sword of Metal Dao. A sword slashed across the sky. Golden light shone in all directions. It was incomparably dazzling. Sanju's sword used all of his strength in this attack. It was his full strength at this moment. This sword seemed to have pierced through the void, pushing the power of Sword of Metal Dao to the extreme. Kill! At that moment, Chunzong's body was enveloped by the golden light. Then, it was as if he had been pierced through. However, it was only an illusion. The Sword of the Wind's movement technique allowed Chunzong to dodge it instantly. After dodging, he naturally counterattacked. The wind howled as the sword pierced through the air. Sanju's sword only felt that he was enveloped by a terrifying wind power. In the next breath, he was sent flying high. He could not resist at all. Defeated. He had lost. Sanju's sword's mind went blank at that moment. How could he have lost just like that? In the next breath, Sanju's sword's body disappeared as if it had been shattered. Outside Daunting's sword garden, a figure appeared. It was Sanju's sword. Damn it! Sanju's sword, who had woken up, looked at Daunting's sword garden in front of him. His expression changed. In the end, he roared angrily. He was very unwilling to give up. Anger and killing intent surged in his heart, shooting out through his eyes. Hatred. The Skyheart sword was so powerful. However, this is definitely not my true strength. I will wait here. When you are eliminated, you will know how strong I really am. Sanju's sword was still very confident in himself. He thought that his true strength was stronger than Chunzong's. After defeating Sanju's sword, Chunzong won and obtained the opportunity to continue comprehending the sword steel. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately chose the fire sword steel because he had not comprehended the sword of fire Dao to the extreme. After the second battle, someone immediately started the third battle. In the fire sword steel, Chunzong quickly comprehended the 4th level of the sword of fire Dao. He continued to comprehend the 5th level. With a swing of his sword, blazing flames immediately sprayed out and spread rapidly in all directions. It was as if he wanted to burn everything into ashes. The raging flames burned the prairie, burning the world. Not long after, Chunzong comprehended the 5th level of the Sword of Fire Dao. However, he did not leave. There were still profound meanings to comprehend. Whether it was the Sword of Wind Dao or the Sword of Thunder Dao, Chunzong had comprehended the profound meanings. Naturally, you would not let go of the Sword of Fire Dao. The comprehension of the profound meanings was equivalent to gathering the essence of the first 5 levels and integrating it into the foundation of one Sword Dao. After Chunzong comprehended the profound meanings of the Sword of Fire Dao, they went through 2 more battles. 2 of them won and stayed to continue comprehending the sword steel. The other 2 were eliminated and left Dongting's sword garden. The opportunity ended there. The basic sword techniques of Dongting's sword Dao were indeed extraordinary and mysterious. However, they were only at the level of lesser magical powers. Learning 1 or 2 of them would be useful to him, but it would not be of much use. After all, Everyone who could enter the garden had extraordinary talent and opportunities. They did not lack one or two lesser magical powers. They might be able to increase one's foundation, but it would not make much of a difference to the overall situation. Of course, it might be different if he could learn the next level of the sword techniques, the true essence of Dongting Sword Dao. Then, he might have to truly step into Dongting Sword Mountain. However, for Chunzong, one more lesser magical sword technique meant more accumulation. It would strengthen his foundation of Sword Dao, which would be beneficial to his future progress. Unfortunately, he had to win another battle to get another chance to comprehend the sword steel. So, should he take the initiative to issue a challenge? Just as Chunzong was about to issue a challenge, someone called him out. The challenger was Zhu Qing, who was known as the Sly Sword in the first realm suppression city of a Yuan galaxy. You were lucky enough to win a battle in the Divine Weapons Secret Realm. Now, you have to pay the price. A mysterious smile appeared on Zhu Qing's face, causing people to feel uneasy. His voice also became erratic in an instant. He disappeared. In an instant, Zhu Qing's figure disappeared before Chunzong's eyes. It was as if he had turned into a dark shadow, silently and strangely sweeping through the surroundings to kill. The Sword of Dark Dao. Zhu Qing's title was the Sly Sword. The first thing he chose to comprehend was the Dark Sword Steel. It was a sword steel that was very compatible with him. If one wanted to comprehend it, besides biting off more than they could chew, most people would choose to comprehend a sword steel that was similar to their own. This was because it would be easier to comprehend the sword technique in the sword steel and unleash its full power. The same sword technique in the hands of different people would not necessarily have the same power. Even the same sword technique in the hands of different cultivators would have a completely different style. As the saying went, it was difficult to find two identical leaves in the world. The Sword of Dark Dao in Zhu Qing's hands was integrated with his strange style. In an instant, Zhu Qing turned into a dark shadow and attacked from the side. It was silent and strange, making it difficult to guard against. Chapter 2027. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take a shower and sleep. Good night, everyone. I need some monthly votes to help me sleep. What a mysterious strike. What a strange strike. It was like a dark shadow that attacked silently. This sword strike was extremely strange. The corners of Zhu Qing's mouth curled into a slightly exaggerated arc, and his expression became increasingly strange. This was a sure kill strike for Zhu Qing, but not for Chunzong. Chunzong had unsheathed his sword at some point. It turned into a gust of wind and swung out quietly. The moment Chunzong's sword collided with Zhu Qing's, the gust of wind turned into a roaring hurricane. Caught off guard, Zhu Qing felt as if he was about to be torn to pieces by the hurricane. However, Zhu Qing's ability to make a name for himself in the first suppressing world city and rank in the top 10 of the subdivine list was not just for show. He had killed his way through. In an instant, his body turned into a black shadow and scattered. It was as if he had been shattered by the hurricane. However, a strong sense of danger permeated the air and rushed towards him. Zhu Qing's strength was obviously much stronger than the Tri-Pinnacle Sword. He could already pose a real threat to Chunzong. The scattered shadows filled the air in an instant. An undetectable shadow of a sword quietly pierced through Chunzong's back. Danger! Chunzong might be hit by this strike. The consequences of being hit would either be a serious injury or defeat. This battle could be considered a high-quality battle. It was better than the previous few battles. Naturally, it would attract the attention of the crowd. The battle didn't seem intense at first, but it was very dangerous. The winner is about to be decided, the young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army suddenly said with a smile. Who will win? Wang Jun said in a daze. He couldn't tell. Watch and you'll know. A female soldier of the Heavenly Punishment Army said coldly. This strike was about to succeed. The smile on Zhu Qing's face became increasingly strange. His eyes emitted a cold light filled with murderous intent. This was the real sure kill strike. Chunzong's body was instantly penetrated. However, The strange smile on Zhu Qing's face froze, and his eyes widened. Not good. That sword strike did not truly pierce through his opponent's body. It was only an afterimage. Windless. Chunzong's voice seemed to reverberate all around them. It was very, very soft, very, very low, like the whisper of the wind. His sword slashed out. Breeze, cool breeze, gale, fierce gale, hurricane. All the aura of the wind was stirred up, and it wreaked havoc in all directions. It emitted an extremely shocking might, and it was extremely violent, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Zhu Qing only felt that his body was shrouded in an endless wind aura, as if he was being devoured. But in the next breath, all of the wind stopped at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. It stopped. In an instant, the astonishing wind aura seemed to have disappeared without a trace, as if it had been sucked dry in an instant. Even the surrounding air seemed to have been stripped away, turning into a vacuum state. A beam of sword light instantly pierced out. With a single glance, he could clearly see the trajectory of the sword light. It was clear and without any surprise. But at the same time, everyone had a feeling that the sword light could not be avoided. It seemed very slow, but it was actually very, very fast. Windless. The profound meaning of the Sword of the Way of the Wind was a profound meaning that Chunzong had comprehended. This sword contained all the wind aura and the power of the wind, turning it into a sword. The surrounding wind was sucked dry, so there was no wind. Windless sword. Windless sword. Kill. Zhu Qing found that his body seemed to be bound by a vacuum in an instant, and he could not move at all. He could only face this sword head-on. Explode. A ball of pitch-black sword light exploded in an instant, and the endless black sword light surged and vibrated endlessly, as if it wanted to turn everything around into powder. It was extremely terrifying. The final explosion, the final struggle. It was either victory or defeat. Zhu Qing did not want to fail. However, Chunzong's sword seemed to ignore all of the opponent's black sword light and directly pierced through it, heading straight for Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing was penetrated, and the extremely terrifying power of the wind instantly exploded in his body, rushing out. Before he could finish his words, he was immediately torn apart and turned into powder. In the next moment, Zhu Qing appeared outside the Dongting sword garden, panting heavily, and his face was pale. The feeling just now was extremely terrifying, as if he had really been torn apart by the opponent's sword. It was too terrifying, and he did not want to experience it again. What a powerful sword. He actually mastered the profound meaning of the Sword of the Way of the Wind. It is indeed extraordinary. Interesting. Other than us, there is someone else who can master the profound meaning of the Sword of the Way of the Wind. Moreover, he does not belong to any nebula-level force. Some disciples of the Fengling sect were secretly surprised. Comprehending the 5th level of the sword technique and mastering the profound meaning were 2 different levels. Most people would not be able to comprehend and master the profound meaning in a limited time, and those who could do so were undoubtedly very outstanding. Among the people in the sword garden, they belonged to the batch that was relatively top and were in the minority. Chunzong won another round and obtained another chance to comprehend. Without hesitation, Chunzong chose the metal sword steel. The reason why Chunzonyo chose the metal sword steel was because he cultivated the brilliant gold star-piercing sword. This minor mystique sword art belonged to the metal attribute. He had cultivated the brilliant gold sword technique to the extreme and mastered the ultimate profound. It would be a waste if he did not comprehend the metal sword steel. The world inside the metal sword steel was filled with an extremely sharp aura, and strands of golden light shone in all directions. Regardless of whether it was the nearby vegetation or the distant mountains, they were all golden in color and emitted an astonishingly sharp aura. Even the flowing river was golden in color and similarly emitted an astonishingly sharp aura. It was as if it could cut through and tear apart everything in its path. There was nothing it could not destroy. The sword of the way of the metal was hidden in the vegetation, mountains, and rivers. Chunzong's superb comprehension and solid foundation of the way of the sword allowed him to quickly comprehend the first level of the sword of the way of the metal. With the first level, he immediately used it as a foundation to comprehend the second, third, fourth, and fifth levels. While Chunzong was comprehending the sword of the way of the metal, the challenges continued. This time, it was a disciple of the Fengling sect. Who from a Yuan sect wants to play? The Fengling sect disciple said with a chuckle. His expression and tone were very leisurely, as if he was not issuing a challenge, but inviting them to recite poems. However, the other party's relaxed and leisurely tone contained a trace of contempt for the Yuan sect. There was no doubt that the Fengling sect disciples who could enter the sword garden were very amazing. However, the Yuan sect was not to be trifled with. Those who could not enter had been eliminated, and those who could enter were of course really capable. Since you want to be defeated, I'll fulfill your wish. The oblique wind sword stood up directly and said in a very sharp tone. The martial arts that the Fengling sect cultivated were mainly based on the wind, and other martial arts were supplementary. The supplementary martial arts were complementary to the wind. Naturally, the Fengling sect disciples' first choice to comprehend the sword of the way of the wind was the sword of the way of the wind. Coincidentally, the oblique wind sword technique was also closely related to the wind. The first choice to comprehend the sword of the way of the wind was also the sword of the way of the wind. Fight! Needless to say, both sides drew their swords. The wind roared and howled. Both swords swirled with the aura of the wind as they charged towards each other. This was a battle of wind. Whether it was the disciples of the Wind Spirit sect or the oblique wind sword, they had all grasped the fifth level of the sword of Wind Dao, and they were all different. To put it simply, those who had grasped the fifth level could be divided into several levels. For example, the initial mastery was to use the standard sword of the Wind Dao to fight. On a deeper level, he had integrated his own style into it, making his swordsmanship even more unpredictable. On a deeper level, it was as if the sword art had become one's own. It was completely compatible with one's body. Every sword strike will be able to bring out one's strength to the extreme or even surpass the limit. The deepest level was naturally beyond the fifth tier. Once one grasped the profound meaning, it would be a killing move or a finishing move. For example, Chunzong's windless sword technique was said to be windless, but in fact, it was condensing all the wind into a single strand or even a single point. Convergence and compression were exactly what Chunzong was good at. The Wind Spirit sect's disciples' sword of the wind, Dao, took the path of lightness and swiftness. Every strike seemed to be weightless. It was extremely fast and continuous. It was like gusts of wind were constantly blowing out. The entire platform was enveloped by the light and swift sword shadows. The oblique wind sword was different. Not only was it swift, but it was not light at all. Instead, it was sharp. It exerted the cutting power of the wind, as if it could cut and tear everything apart. It was very terrifying. The battle between the two could be considered to be evenly matched. Fight, fight, fight. The disciples of the Wind Spirit sect were all watching, as were the others who were not comprehending. If this is your swordsmanship, then you should leave the sword garden obediently. Suddenly, the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect said. His swordsmanship suddenly changed, and in an instant he swung out a terrifying sword. Boom! This sword strike was like a roaring hurricane that swept out. It seemed to be a sword strike that had been strengthened by the fifth level, and its power was even more tyrannical. Sword of Storm. This was the ultimacy that the disciple had comprehended from the fifth level of Sword of Wind Dao. He had comprehended it after the battle with the oblique wind sword. He had just mastered it, but it still displayed amazing power. Ultimacy. The oblique wind sword's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was an indescribable coldness in them. Immediately, he retreated slightly, bent his legs, and held the sword hilt with both hands. The sword tip was slanted forward, and the sword hilt was at the same level as his forehead. Kill! He swung his sword backward, creating a crescent moon. The green sword radiance revealed an incomparably shocking sharpness, as if he had pushed it to the extreme. He swung it from front to back, then from bottom to top, and then from top to bottom to kill. Sword of Wind, Tao, Ultimacy, Splitting Wind. This sword tore the wind apart. It was an extremely sharp sword with terrifying power. He was more proficient in using it than the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect. The ultimacies collided with each other. In an instant, the storm was torn apart and cut open by the tearing wind sword. One sword split into two. The oblique wind sword stomped his feet, and the wind blew behind him, causing his body to move forward rapidly. He then swung his sword across the sky. Before the disciple of the Wind Spirit sect could react, his neck was cut open. Chapter 2028. Part 1. Not bad. The disciples of the Fengling sect narrowed their eyes and stared at the victorious oblique wind sword, while the disciples of the Yuan sect smiled. At least he had won the first round, which boosted the confidence of the disciples of the Yuan sect. Eldest senior brother, I'll take care of this round. Another disciple of the Fengling sect stood up. It was the disciple, surnamed Yang, who was the first to enter the daunting sword garden. Who from the Yuan sect wants to die under my sword? Yang Huan got into position and blew the hair on his forehead. He stared at the Yuan sect's camp with a mocking look. His eyes were full of provocation. I'll take care of this round. The one who stood up was the fourth disciple of the Yuan sect. He was the one who had been injured by Chun Zong's sword Qi thunderous sound. After using the reflecting sword jade annulus, this person's cultivation was much better than before, so his cultivation and strength had increased by a lot. Let's see how many strikes he can take. Yang Huan smiled mockingly and flew up like a kite. Then, as if he was being blown by the wind, he moved forward quickly. He unsheathed his long sword and slashed across the sky. Light and swift, with a hidden sharpness, he was stronger than the previous disciple of the Fengling sect. The fourth disciple of the Sword Palace of the Yuan sect had comprehended the sword of the fire doctrine. With a boom, a scarlet flame burst out like a torrent of flames. However, in this battle, everyone could see that Yang Huan from the Fengling sect had the upper hand. Furthermore, he was toying with his opponent in a playful manner. They had the same starting point, but different foundations and comprehension would lead to different strengths. In the end, Yang Huan had enough and won. Chun Zong had also successfully comprehended the sword of the metal doctrine and mastered its ultimacy. Chun Zong had mastered the sword of the wind doctrine, the sword of the thunder doctrine, the sword of the fire doctrine, and the sword of the metal doctrine. If possible, Chun Zong wanted to master all 14 sword techniques. Chun Zong was not sure if he could do it, but he would try his best. In the next round, someone challenged the White Yama. Chun Zong was curious about the White Yama. Fight! What the White Yama had comprehended was the sword of the Tao of Ice. When he swung his sword, frost filled the world and ice condensed. It was extremely cold. His sword was like a scythe that reaped lives, harvesting all lives. Life and death were decided by the sword. It was another kind of extreme style. Any swordsmanship in his hands would eventually turn into such a style. King Yanluo. He was in charge of life and death. He didn't test the waters. The moment he drew his sword, it was an incomparably sharp attack that directly defeated his opponent. Interesting. The Heavenly Punishment Army and the disciples of the Wind Spirit School all nodded. On the demigod list, those who were ranked higher were mostly those who had been cultivating for a longer period of time. Very few of them were truly from the younger generation and possessed astonishing talent. Zhu Qing was one of them, but the White Yama was even more shocking. The battles continued. Some people won, while others lost. The first senior brother of the Fengling sect also made his move. Eldest senior brother meant that he was currently the strongest disciple of the Wind Spirit sect. Who knows? The first senior brother of the Fengling sect was dressed in a dark blue robe. He had a faint smile on his face as he pointed with his sword in his scabbard, giving off a feeling of disdain. He was casually picking an opponent. He randomly picked 9 times and then paused for a moment to choose his opponent. This was a swordsman from the third city of world suppression in the Yuan galaxy. He was ranked 5th on the demigod list and possessed extraordinary strength. He had comprehended and mastered the sword of the Tao of Water. When the sword was drawn, it was like a stream of water. However, the first senior brother of the Fengling sect was terrifying. He didn't draw his sword. Instead, his body was as light as the wind as he dodged the attack of the sword of the Tao of Water. Even the raging waves that surged in all directions couldn't hit him. This movement technique was obviously the sword of the Tao of Wind. When used, it was extremely exquisite and astonishing. After a dozen breaths, the first senior brother of the Fengling sect drew his sword. When the sword was unsheathed, sword light flashed, tearing the sky and the rolling water apart. Slash! With just one slash, the opponent was killed. Chunzong's pupils contracted in an instant. So powerful. That slash should be the sword of the Tao of Wind. It was extremely exquisite. The first senior brother's mastery of the sword of the Tao of Wind was extraordinary. The first senior brother of the Fengling sect. He would be a formidable opponent. Then, what about the young marshal of the Heavenly Punishment Army? Perhaps he would be a formidable opponent too. Indeed, under the same conditions and starting point, an outstanding person would be equally outstanding. A truly powerful person would be able to maintain his or her strength in both good and bad times. Even if he or she was weak for a while, he or she would grow at an astonishing speed. The strong would always be strong. Come out. Muley of Yuan sect stood up and landed on the platform like a bolt of lightning. He pointed his sword at Chunzong. Chunzong certainly wouldn't hesitate to challenge him. Muyu is my younger brother. Muley's eyes narrowed as if cold lightning was shooting out of them. He said in a low voice. He didn't say anything else, but Chunzong knew what Muley meant. Muley wanted to avenge his younger brother Muyu. Although Muyu wasn't dead, the current situation was no different from being killed. His heart of the sword had been destroyed by Chunzong. If he couldn't overcome this, he would be crippled for life. For a genius, being crippled was no different from being dead. As the elder brother, Muley had to seek justice for his younger brother, even if the so-called justice wasn't very fair. It was human nature to be protective of one's younger brother. Chunzong didn't say anything as it was meaningless. Fight! Muley was an expert in the sword of the Thunder Tao. Hence, he had mastered the sword of the Tao of Thunder. He unsheathed his sword and turned into a bolt of cold lightning. In an instant, he dashed forward with his body at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, Muley had crossed a few hundred meters and charged towards Chunzong. His speed was nothing compared to when he still had his cultivation. However, in the current situation where his cultivation and extraordinary power were sealed, he was extremely fast. He looked like a bolt of lightning. The moment Muley got close, Chunzong unsheathed his sword. This time, Chunzong didn't use the sword of the Wind Tao. Instead, he used the sword of the Tao of Thunder. Muley sneered when he sensed the lightning from Chunzong's sword. How dare Muley compare his sword of the Tao of Thunder with him? How ridiculous! Very well, I'll use the sword of the Tao of Thunder to teach him a lesson and let him pay the price. This was just the beginning. In an instant, the lightning became extremely strong. It exploded and turned into bolts of lightning that were as thick as a finger. They pierced through the air and charged towards Muley with terrifying power. The sword completely covered Chunzong, as if it was going to pierce through Chunzong. It was fast and violent. It was terrifying and destructive. However, Chunzong swung his sword and the lightning was blazing. It cut through the void and shattered the bolts of lightning. At the moment when the two swords collided, there was a surge of lightning. It continued to attack the other party. It was undeniable that Muley's sword of the Tao of Thunder was amazing. He lived up to his name as the successor disciple of the Sword Palace of a Yuan sect. After a long period of cultivation, he had become more experienced and his foundation had become more powerful. However, Chunzong was more outstanding and stronger. The longer the battle went on, the more fearful Muley became. Finally, he seized an opportunity to perform the sword of the Tao of Thunder. Thunder's Wrath. He swung his sword, and it carried a terrifying force. It was as if he had unleashed the fury of the thunder. It was as if he had overdrawn his anger, and it exploded with terrifying power. After performing the sword, Mulei's hair stood on end. His eyes were filled with terrifying lightning. He had given his all in this attack just to kill his enemy. Qinzong took half a step back. He swung his sword from bottom to top. Countless bolts of lightning gathered and jumped around the sword. Condense. Compress. All the power of the thunder was integrated into the sword. Fortunately, the sword was extremely tough and could withstand the power of the thunder. Thunder destruction. This was the sword of the Tao of Thunder that Qinzong had comprehended. He swung his sword, and it instantly pierced through Mu Lei's Thunder Wrath sword radiance. Similarly, the sword of the Tao had different levels of power. The sword of the Tao that Qinzong had mastered was undoubtedly powerful. Mu Lei's body was pierced through. An ordinary person's body would not be able to withstand it. Failed. Mu Lei left the Dongting sword garden. The disciples of a Yuan sect looked at Qinzong, and they became even more unfriendly. On the other hand, the pupils of Oblique Wind Sword and Sword of No Return shrunk. Powerful. Qinzong was powerful and terrifying. His strength was different from that of Fengling Sect's eldest senior brother. It was hard to tell from his appearance, as he did not show off his abilities. However, one could only feel his strength when they fought against each other. If possible, Oblique Wind Sword did not want to fight against Qinzong. After all, they had already fought before. Even though his strength had improved a lot, he was still not confident that he could win against Qinzong. Although their powers were sealed, and they could only fight with the basic sword techniques of Daunting 14 sword principles, Qinzong still performed well. The Sword of No Return, on the other hand, was eager to fight Qinzong again. After another victory, Qinzong received even more attention. Qinzong got another chance to comprehend the sword steels. Then, he would continue to comprehend. This time, Qinzong looked past the 9 small sword steels and looked at the 4 large sword steels. Qinzong swept his gaze across the room and quickly made his choice. Perishing sword steels. Qinzong was very curious about the basic sword techniques contained in them. He did not know what they looked like. After making his choice, Qinzong felt that his surroundings were changing rapidly. He directly entered a world. It was a very strange world. It was different from the 4 worlds that Qinzong had entered before. There was no wind, no water, no fire, no thunder, no grass, no trees, no mountains, and so on. It was like a gloomy world. It was filled with a shocking silence, as if there was no life. It would make one's hair stand on end. Qinzong sensed that this world was much more terrifying than the world of the 4 small sword steels. It was terrifying and shocking. However, Qinzong was not afraid at all. Instead, he was full of expectation and hope. What kind of basic sword techniques were contained in such a terrifying world? If he could comprehend them, he would be very powerful. After clearing his mind, Qinzong began to comprehend. The Sword Steel of Destruction. The Sword of Destruction. Chapter 2029. Second update. It was a gloomy and dead world. There was no light, shadow, or sound. All one could see was darkness, but no sound could be heard. Suddenly, wisps of gray aura spread out, as if they were spreading from nothingness. They quietly spread toward Qinzong. Qinzong also felt the gray aura in time. The gray aura was filled with the smell of death and destruction. Qinzong stretched out his finger and touched it gently. When his finger touched a wisp of gray aura, Qinzong could feel a strong wave of power from the gray aura. It was a wave of power of death and destruction, as if it could destroy everything. Qinzong felt that his finger might not be able to move. It was terrifying, very terrifying. However, this made Qinzong even happier, and his eyes lit up, because the sword of path obliteration that he comprehended would be more powerful. He felt it carefully. His super comprehension ability began to be fully activated. This was a feeling that he did not have when he comprehended the sword of wind path, sort of thunder path, sort of fire path, and sort of metal path. Chunzong's swordsmanship was very comprehensive. It could be used to attack, defend, and restrain. However, Chunzong liked attacking the most, and it was the kind of swordsmanship that could directly kill the target. He just liked it. Liking often became an advantage. For example, it would be easier to comprehend the Sword of Path Obliteration now. Of course, it was relatively easy. At least for the Sword of Wind Path, it was much more difficult to comprehend the Sword of Path Obliteration. It was more than twice as difficult. However, it did not take long for Chunzong to comprehend the first level. When he unsheathed his sword and swung it, the gray sword light flashed, as if it could destroy everything under the sword. The Sword of Path Obliteration, the Sword of Destruction. It was a terrifying swordsmanship. The Sword of Path Obliteration was the most powerful and terrifying of the 14 sword principles of Dongting. Of course, although the Sword of Star Arrival, the Sword of Killing Path, and the Sword of Illusion Path were not as destructive as the Sword of Path Obliteration, they were better in other aspects. The power of the first stage of the Sword of Path Obliteration surprised Chunzong. It was not inferior at all. It was even stronger than the third stage of the Sword of Windway. What about the second level of the Sword of Dao Obliteration? What about the third, fourth, and fifth stages? What about comprehending profound meanings? Chunzong was looking forward to it. Comprehending with all his might. His comprehension ability was fully activated, and he circulated it at full power, continuously comprehending. The second level was much harder to comprehend than the first level, but Chunzong still managed to comprehend it. The power of the second Sword of Destruction was slightly stronger than the fourth Sword of the Way of Wind, but it was not as strong as the fifth Sword of the Way of Wind. In that case, the third level of the Sword of Dao Obliteration would be slightly more powerful than the fifth level of the Sword of the Way of Wind. As for the fourth level of the Sword of Path Obliteration, it would completely surpass the fifth level of the Sword of the Way of Wind. It was just unknown if it could match the ultimacy. Even if it couldn't, the fifth level of the Dao Obliteration sword should be comparable to the sword intent of the Wind Dao. If he were to comprehend the profound of the Dao Destroyer sword, who knew how frightening it would be? Comprehension. All the battles in the outside world had nothing to do with Chunzong. As long as no one came to challenge Chunzong, Chunzong could continue to comprehend here. After an unknown amount of time, Chunzong had comprehended the third level and started to comprehend the fourth level. As expected, the power of the third level of the Sword of Path Obliteration was slightly stronger than the fifth level of the Sword of the Way of Wind. In the outside world, Lin Weiyin was inevitably challenged. Taking a deep breath, Lin Weiyin glanced at the adjacent sword pavilion, got up, leaped, and landed on the platform to face the enemy. This enemy came from the third world suppression city of the Yuan star system, ranked 8th, and was very strong. If they were in the outside world, Lin Weiyin would definitely not be a match for him. She would be easily defeated or even killed. Although Lin Weiyin talent was not bad, her cultivation level had only just reached level 2 of the demigod level. At level 2, every 10% of the condensed grand flower of the state would bring about an obvious increase in strength. Most of the top 10 on the demigod ranking had already reached level 2 of the demigod level. At the very least, they had reached level 2 of the demigod level. But in this place, their cultivation level was sealed, and their extraordinary strength could not be used. Their own sword skills were also restricted. They could only use the basic sword skills or the sword skills learned here. Without a doubt, the power of the basic sword skills was far inferior to the 14 basic sword skills of Dongting. The difference was too great. Lin Weiyin felt that her chances of getting the last 10 spots were not high. But at the very least, she could not be defeated so easily. She had to leave this place and win as many matches as she could. Since this was the first match, she had to win. Lin Weiyin's eyes focused. Traces of icy aura suddenly spread out from her body, as if it was going to freeze the surroundings. Sword of the Way of Ice. The Lin family of the Ring Sword Planet was a family of swordsmen. The various sword skills that they had passed down were all related to ice and snow. Lin Wayne's freezing sky, flying snow sword was one of them. Therefore, Lin Wayne comprehended the sword of the way of ice very quickly and thoroughly. It seemed to be very compatible with her. Especially after Chun Zong's teachings, Lin Wayne's foundation of sword skills became even more solid and stable. Strike! The sword was like an ice thorn, piercing through the air in an instant. What her opponent had comprehended was the sword of the way of fire. Fire and ice were two extremes of existence, opposing each other. The raging fire continued to spread as the sword struck out, as if it was going to burn everything into ashes. This was a confrontation between sword and sword, and also a confrontation between fire and ice. Lin Wayne gave it her all, and the battle was very difficult. She looked like she was in imminent danger. But Lin Wayne's conviction was very strong. She held on, and her opponent also gave it his all. It was a difficult battle. Lin Wayne seized the opportunity and displayed the sword of the way of ice. When the sword struck out, ice and snow fell. Frost spread out in an instant, covering everything in all directions. The shocking chill was overwhelming. World of ice and snow. It was as if it was going to turn into a world of ice and snow. Not a bad move. Someone nodded secretly. She won. Lin Wayne won the first match with difficulty and obtained a chance to comprehend the sword steel. Without hesitation, Lin Wayne chose the sword of the way of wind. Mastering one more sword skill meant having one more means. At the very least, she could perform it in a battle, making it harder for her opponent to guard against. Although Lin Wayne had no confidence in getting one of the 10 places, she would still win one more match. In the world of the extermination sword steel, Chun Zong comprehended the 4th level of the sword of extermination. Its power was indeed much stronger than the 5th level of the sword of the way of wind, but it had not reached the level of ultimacy. It seemed that the 5th level of the sword of extermination's power was comparable to, or even stronger than the sword of the way of wind. When Chun Zong comprehended the 5th level of the sword of extermination, its power was indeed much stronger than the sword of the way of wind. It was at least a few times stronger than the sword of the way of wind. The destructive power was very terrifying. Then, the next step was to comprehend the ultimacy. To comprehend the sword of extermination's ultimacy, comprehending the first 5 levels was only the prerequisite. She still needed to master the first 5 levels to be able to comprehend the ultimacy with it as a foundation. Chun Zong swung his sword over and over again, continuously practicing. There were no specific moves, just swinging his sword continuously. Every stroke carried the power of destruction. Rather than saying it was the basic sword skill of Dong Ting 14 sword principles, it was more appropriate to say it was the application of power. However, it was not easy to completely master the sword of extermination. The more one practiced, the more difficult it was. Suddenly, Chun Zong's consciousness was in a trance, and the world in front of him was disappearing. Break away. Chun Zong broke away from the extermination sword steel, and his consciousness returned to his body. Earlier, he had only entered the world of the sword steel with his consciousness to comprehend the sword steel's ultimacy. Now, the reason why Chun Zong broke away from the world of the extermination sword steel and his consciousness returned to his body was that someone had challenged him. The challenger was from the Guiyuan galaxy, which was adjacent to the Yuan galaxy. He was ranked 2nd on the secondary divine list in the city of Suppressing World. The person ranked 1st was not a sword cultivator. This person could not be considered as a member of the younger generation. He had just passed his youth and entered the prime of his life. The lifespan of a cultivator was very long, and they had been reborn. Although they were still humans, they were already different from ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were like immortals. Therefore, the division of their life periods was naturally different. Those under 100 years old were considered to be in their youth. Those between 100 and 300 years old were considered to be in the prime of their life. There was a big difference between an extra 100 years of cultivation time, especially for geniuses. Moreover, this person was not comprehending the sword skills of the 9 small sword steels, but the sword skills of the 4 large sword steels. Sword of Star Path. When the sword was unsheathed, it turned into a ray of starlight that pierced through the sky like a meteor. It was extremely fast and extremely fast. Chunzong only saw a flash of starlight in front of him. At first glance, the starlight was very weak and inconspicuous. However, in an instant, it became extremely strong and dazzling. It actually shone directly, causing the surroundings to be plunged into darkness and difficult to see clearly. However, Chunzong did not panic. Instead, he calmly unsheathed his long sword. Although there were high and low ranks on the subdivine list in the major cities of Suppressing World, the difference was usually not too big. Therefore, this person's strength should be about the same as the second on the subdivine list in the second city of Suppressing World in a Yuan galaxy. However, those who were in the top 3 were usually very strong. Seeing the sword skills that this person displayed, everyone opened their eyes and stared. Sword of Star Path. This was the first time that the sword skills of the 4 large sword steels had appeared. Now, he could take a look at what kind of mysteries were contained within. Chunzong, who was facing the Sword of Star Path directly, immediately felt that it was extraordinary. The ray of starlight seemed small, but it actually contained an amazing power. The swords collided. What Chunzong displayed was not the Sword of Path Obliteration, but the Sword of Thunder Path. The sword was like a thunderbolt that pierced through the sky, as if it was going to shatter everything. At the moment when the 2 swords collided, the ray of starlight exploded. An extremely powerful force burst out directly. The power contained was extremely shocking, as if it could destroy everything. The thunderbolt was shattered in an instant. It's really strong, Chunzong thought to himself. His sword was the second level of the Sword of Thunder Path, but it could not withstand the power of his opponent's Sword of Star Path. Chapter 2030. Lu Sa said that Lu Dao's math was taught by a physical education teacher, and Lu Dao admitted it without hesitation. That's how honest he is. Needless to say, the Sword of Star Path was indeed very powerful. After practicing the Sword of Path Destroyer, Chunzong realized that his opponent's Sword of Star Path was not complete. He estimated that his opponent had at most mastered the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the Sword of Star Path was more powerful than the 5th level of the Sword of Thunder Path, but not by much. This made Chunzong a little disappointed. He had hoped to see a complete Sword of Star Path that had at least reached the 5th level. However, his opponent obviously could not. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that his opponent was still hiding something. The sword flashed like a cold star and flew through the air. Not only did it have shocking speed, but it also had terrifying power. When it collided, it would explode with terrifying power, as if it could destroy everything. It was very shocking. Power. It was a shocking power, different from the destruction of the Sword of Path Destroyer. The 3rd level of the Sword of Star Path could not do anything to Chunzong. His opponent used an even stronger Sword of Star Path. The 4th level. The 4th level of the Sword of Star Path was used. Balls of starlight shot out, and its power increased greatly. It surpassed the 5th level of the Sword of Thunder Path and was close to the profound meaning. However, unlike the profound meaning, it did not consume as much energy. Moreover, it could be used more consistently. Therefore, to a certain extent, it was more flexible than the profound meaning and more threatening. Sure enough, the 4th level of the Sword of Star Path was very powerful, and it completely posed a threat to Chunzong. Most of the spectators revealed solemn expressions. They wondered if they would be able to block the continuous attacks of the Sword of Star Path if they were in Chunzong's place. The answer was very difficult. Only an extremely small number of people had confidence in themselves. Thunder destruction. Chunzong attacked with his sword. Endless thunder gathered and compressed in the sword, and he swung the sword with tyrannical power. His opponent was very experienced. He immediately took a step back and swung the 4th level of the Sword of Star Path. Balls of starlight shot out. The thunder destruction destroyed the balls of starlight, but its power was constantly consumed. Its power dissipated and it could not defeat his opponent. Although it was only a little bit was often the difference between heaven and earth. You'd better admit defeat. His opponent smiled. The fourth level of the Sword of Star Path was the highest level he had mastered. It was indeed very powerful. To a certain extent, it surpassed the profound meaning of the 9 small sword steels. Furthermore, this person's cultivation time was far longer than Chunzong's, and his talent was also extraordinary. He had also experienced many battles and was very experienced. In short, he was to say he was a strong opponent. Since the power of the Sword of the Thunder Path couldn't defeat his opponent, then he would try the Sword of Tao Obliteration. Having grasped the 5th stage of the Tao Extermination Sword, Chunzong was eager to give it a try. Instantly, his aura sword was to say, Chen's. A deathly still aura of destruction quickly spread out from the other party's body. Everyone is to be destroyer of Tao to say it. He was being an a, it was to say, they was a to say he to say, he was to say, he was to be the being. He felt a strong threat. When the sword was drawn, the sword light was gray. It carried an aura of death and destruction. It instantly attacked the opponent. That terrifying aura caused the opponent's mind to tremble uncontrollably. He felt terrified for no reason. It was the first level of the Sword of Path Destroyer. His opponent had mastered the first 4 levels of the Sword of Star Path and was very strong. Obviously, he would be a good whetstone for Yi Shiwen to use the Sword of Tao Obliteration to strengthen his understanding and mastery of the Sword of Tao Obliteration. Soon, Chunzong had completely mastered the first level of the Sword of Path Destroyer. He had unearthed its potential and performed the 2nd level. Then, he performed the 3rd level. Finally, he stopped at the 4th level. His opponent realized that his opponent seemed to be using him as a whetstone. This made him very angry, but he did not lose his mind. He had done such things before, so there was nothing strange about it. The 4th level of the Sword of Path Destroyer against the 4th level of the Sword of Star Path. The 2 sword technique inheritances were of the same level. There was no difference in strength. The difference was between the swordsman and the sword. Fight! Chunzong's sword was full of destructive power. It seemed that one would be killed as soon as he was hit. Soon, his opponent was suppressed. Even with the Sword of Star Path and the same 4th level, Chunzong's mastery was obviously better than his opponent's. He was more talented in combat. Chunzong did not perform the 5th level because his opponent's strength was not enough for him to perform the 5th level. The 4th level of the Sword of Path Destroyer was enough to deal with him. Balls of starlight shot out, but under Chunzong's sword, they were destroyed one by one. Kill! A gray light flashed, destroying everything in its path. The power of destruction instantly pierced through the opponent's body. He was defeated. You? The man pointed at Chunzong. His face was full of resentment and anger. He had comprehended the first 4 levels of the Sword of Star Path. As long as he won one more battle, he could continue to comprehend the Star Sword Steel. By then, he would have a chance to comprehend the 5th level. Once the 5th level of the Sword of Star Path was mastered, its power would surpass most basic sword techniques and even surpass ultimacy. However, ultimacy could not be used continuously, but the 5th level of the Sword of Star Path could. There were no ifs. A defeat was a defeat because his opponent was obviously stronger. Is it the Sword of Path Destroyer? It's quite strong. It is indeed very powerful. Many people were tempted. Chunzong won and got the chance to comprehend the Sword Steel. Without hesitation, he chose the Sword of Destruction. This time, Chunzong planned to comprehend the ultimacy. Of course, the premise was that he was not challenged. However, even if he was challenged, there would be a buffer period. In the Sword of Destruction, Chunzong was deep in thought. He recalled the battle with the Sword of Star Path. It was clear and detailed. Immediately, he unsheathed his sword. The gray light shone. The sword seemed to stab and slash. Chunzong's eyes were closed. With his eyes closed, he unknowingly opened the mind's eye. The mind's eye was a unique ability that completely belonged to him. It could not increase his strength like cultivation, nor was it Tao will, nor was it a sword technique. Therefore, it was not restricted by the sword garden. In the previous battle, Chunzong did not need to open the mind's eye, because his opponent was not that strong. Moreover, the opening of the mind's eye consumed the mind quickly. This high-end thing could only be used at critical moments when facing a strong opponent that was difficult to fight. But now, Chunzong had unknowingly opened the mind's eye. Under his heart's eye, the trajectories of every single sword became increasingly clear. The feeling of every single sword being unleashed seemed to have been magnified by 10 times. The destructive power brought about by every single sword, as well as the process of its condensation and dispersion, were all clearly felt by Chunzong. Chunzong found that he could combine them better, so that the power of destruction could be used more effectively. Time passed slowly. It was hard to notice that Chunzong had forgotten everything. After waving countless swords, Chunzong suddenly sheathed his sword. He stood still in the void with his eyes closed. In his mind, countless spiritual lights kept flashing. Countless spiritual lights flashed like swords and finally converged into one. That one seemed to want to rush out of Chunzong's mind. The sword was also unsheathed in an instant. It turned into a fine gray sword light and shot out. That sword light was extremely fast, extremely condensed, and terrifying to the extreme. When the sword slashed out, it seemed to tear a scar in the void. That scar was gray, and it was like a scar in the void that didn't dissipate for a long time. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy and kill everything. Profound. The sword of extinction. In an instant, all the power of destruction was drawn and integrated into the sword to block. All the potential of the sword of extinction was completely unleashed. Its power was extremely terrifying. Exiting the mind's eye state, Chunzong felt weak. He quickly exited the world of the sword of extinction and quickly recovered his exhausted mind. Although the mind could not increase one's strength, if the mind was not focused enough, it would affect the performance of one's strength. As a result, it would be difficult to use one's strength normally and be defeated. The fighting went on and on and on. Every time, there would be people who won and people who lost and left. The winners could continue to comprehend the sword of extinction, while the losers left and lost this opportunity. Now, there were less than 100 people left. But in the end, only 10 people could stay here. Therefore, the battles had to continue. When Chunzong opened his eyes, he found that Lin Wayne had disappeared from the adjacent sword pavilion. It seemed that she had failed and left the sword garden. But this was expected. Lin Wayne was able to enter the sword garden, which was a little beyond Chunzong's expectations. There was no doubt that she could not get one of the 10 places. The only difference was whether she left early or late. And the further they went, the stronger the people who stayed. Lin Wayne did not have any advantage. But it was a pity. If Lin Wayne could stay until the end and get one of the 10 places, she would get a great opportunity that could even change her fate. But everyone had their own fate. Nothing could be forced. Chunzong also did not have the ability to force things. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. They set the rules, and the weak could only follow the rules. Fight, fight, fight. The number of people kept decreasing. Those who stayed were even more powerful. So far, the young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army and the eldest senior brother of the Fengling sect had not fought because they knew that their opponents were very strong. If they fought, one of them would leave, but they could not be sure who it would be. There were 10 places. It was not worthwhile to fight now. There would definitely be a chance. At this point in the battle, everyone knew who was more difficult to deal with. Naturally, they wanted to avoid fighting with these people, because it was not the time yet. This was a kind of feeling. The current Chunzong was also included in this group. Although some people were eager to try, they had no choice but to suppress the thoughts in their hearts. Chunzong's mind was constantly recovering at a very fast speed. After a few consecutive battles, his exhausted mind was finally fully recovered. When he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of light. Chunzong quickly passed by. Out of the 200 sword pavilions, there are less than 60 sword pavilions left. In other words, more than 100 people had been eliminated. These 58 people all had amazing strength and were very scary. Chapter 2031, Part 1. Among the remaining 58 people, some had gone through a few battles, while some had only gone through a few battles. Qinzong had gone through a lot of battles. First, it was the mustache man's 3 unique swords, then Zhu Qing, then Mu Lei. These 3 people challenged Qinzong because they either wanted to teach Qinzong a lesson or they had conflicts with Qinzong. After winning the 4th and 5th battles, Qinzong comprehended the Sword of Path Destroyer. In the 6th battle, Qinzong took the initiative to challenge his opponent. Under the Sword of Path Destroyer, his opponent was no match for him and was eliminated. This time, Qinzong chose the illusory sword steel. Originally, Qinzong was hesitating between the Star Sword Steel and the illusory sword steel. He made his decision after a moment of hesitation. Choosing the Star Sword Steel, with his previous experience, would be better for him to learn the basics of the Star Doctrine sword. However, Qinzong still chose the illusory sword steel. This was because Qinzong had dabbled in the sword principle of illusion before. Moreover, Qinzong had a feeling that the sword principle of illusion in the illusory sword steel had the meaning of change. It was somewhat similar to his sword principle. The heart sword essence could change according to one's heart. The sword principle of illusion could also change according to one's heart. Following his heart, Qinzong chose the illusory sword steel. It turned out that he had made the right choice. The world inside the illusory sword steel was filled with a variety of strange and colorful auras. Strands of auras, complete or broken, spread out in all directions. The whole world was filled with a misty and dreamy aura. With a single glance, Qinzong seemed to have seen someone wielding a sword in front of him. The killing intent was earth-shattering. The sword that was swung out was extremely terrifying, as if it could cut through everything in the world. Qinzong could not help but draw his sword and slash. The figure holding the sword collapsed in an instant and turned into countless lights and shadows. Illusion. It was an illusion, but for a moment, Qinzong thought it was real. However, if you really thought that it was an illusion and ignored it, once you were struck and injured, there was a possibility that it would become real and you would really be injured. This was the power of the Sword of Illusion Dao. Qinzong's was extremely strong. Even though his heart sword intent was sealed, his powerful soul was not affected. As a result, Qinzong's resistance to the Sword of Illusion was very high. Moreover, the effect of his comprehension was surprisingly good, surpassing that of the Sword of Destruction. Before long, Qinzong had comprehended the first level of the Sword of Illusion Dao. In the outside world, the royal army of the Heavenly Punishment Army was fighting the White Yama. You seem to be quite capable. Bring out your full strength, Wang Jun said coldly as a shocking killing intent burst out from his body. That murderous aura was light red. The Sword of Killing. What Wang Jun wanted to use was precisely the Sword of Killing Dao. Of course, what he first comprehended was not the Sword of Killing Dao, but one of the 4 great sword Daos. The royal army of the Heavenly Punishment Army specialized in battle and killing. Comprehending the Sword of Killing Dao was the most suitable. The White Yama did not say anything in the face of Wang Jun's shocking murderous aura, remaining silent. However, in an instant, an extremely terrifying murderous aura rebounded, as if it had been compressed to the extreme. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for many years had suddenly erupted, soaring into the sky. The red aura surged like a wave, sweeping out. This murderous aura could be said to be extremely berserk. Shock appeared on Wang Jun's face. At this moment, his heart collapsed. Who exactly was the royal army of the Heavenly Punishment Army? Why was this person's murderous aura so much stronger than his? It was too shocking. The young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army narrowed his eyes as he stared at the White Yama. A rare look of seriousness appeared on his face. He felt that this person wearing a strange mask might be a formidable opponent. The first senior brother of the Fengling sect also showed a grave expression. A formidable opponent. At this moment, many people viewed the White Yama as a formidable opponent, mysterious and powerful. Currently, there were only two true inheritors left in the Unitary sect's camp. One was the Sword of No Return, and the other was the Profound Palace's true inheritor. As for the previous generation's true inheritors, there were only three left. In the end, no one knew how many of these 5 people would be able to obtain one of the 10 spots. Maybe it was 2, maybe it was 1, maybe it was none. Wang Jun drew his sword. Although the murderous aura of his opponent was even purer and more tyrannical than his own, he wasn't afraid. As he drew his sword, an astonishing murderous aura filled the air. This murderous aura wasn't deliberately targeted at anyone. Instead, it was condensed from the sword of the killing path. This murderous aura was so shocking and condensed that it made one's heart tremble. At the same time, the White Yama drew his sword as well. What he used was also the sword of the killing path. This was the true White Yama. Yama controlled life and death. The sword of the killing path was undoubtedly the most suitable sword technique for the White Yama. The White Yama who grasped the sword of the killing path was the true White Yama. When the sword of the killing path was used, it seemed to be amplified. It became even more terrifying, causing one's scalp to go numb. Wang Jun, who faced this sword directly, felt his scalp go numb. This was inconceivable. One had to know that the Heavenly Punishment Army's method of nurturing soldiers was to constantly fight and kill. Only those who survived through life and death battles were truly outstanding soldiers. As for Wang Jun, he had experienced hundreds of battles of life and death, if not thousands of them. Now, in the face of his opponent's murderous aura, he actually felt horrified. It was as if he was facing the young commander. The young commander was the strongest of the younger generation of demigod soldiers in the Heavenly Punishment Army. His position was similar to the Wind Spirit sect's eldest senior brother. How could this person compare to the young commander? It was simply unimaginable. Defeat. In just 3 moves, Wang Jun was defeated and eliminated. Damn it, I want to challenge him in the next round. One of the Heavenly Punishment Army members was furious. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. "You are not his match," the young commander suddenly said. The person was stunned. He wanted to refute, but didn't know how. After all, the young commander's judgment was very accurate. His judgment had never been wrong. In other words, he really wasn't the white-masked man's match. He was truly unwilling to accept this. "What about you, young commander?" the person asked after some thought. "I won't take the initiative to challenge him here," the young commander replied without any hesitation. This sentence caused the pupils of the other Heavenly Punishment Army members to shrink. The young commander's words were simple, but the content was shocking. The first meaning of not taking the initiative to challenge him was that if the other party challenged him, he would accept the challenge. The second meaning was that he didn't have absolute confidence in defeating the other party. In fact, he might even have a 50% chance of winning. The other party clearly wasn't from a Nebula Grade faction, yet he was so extraordinary. Just thinking about it made them feel unwilling. As the battle continued, the number of people kept decreasing. 50 people, 40 people, 30 people. Soon, there were only 20 people left. The ownership of the final 10 spots was about to be determined. This is really boring. Should I add some more spice? In the sky, where no one could see, the white figure stroked its chin in a human-like manner. Its tone was full of ridicule. It immediately rejected this idea because it felt that if it added any more spice, it would be equivalent to violating the rules. The consequences of violating the rules were very bad. Forget it, I'll just keep watching. Although it's a little boring, it's also at the final juncture. Chunzong had also completely comprehended the sword of the illusion path and grasped its mysteries. Based on the situation, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to completely comprehend all the sword techniques on the sword steels. Up until now, there were only a few people who were considered unworthy opponents. The young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army, the eldest senior brother of the Fengling sect, the White Yama, the major general of the Heavenly Punishment Army, the second true disciple of the Fengling sect, and the first true disciple of the previous generation of the Yuan sect, Chunzong. Among these 7 people, Chunzong was ranked last. After all, Chunzong's battles seemed relatively gentle, but they were terrifying. One could only experience it when they actually fought. This was a kind of feeling that could only be understood but not described in words. Excluding these 7 people was equivalent to directly obtaining 7 spots. There were still 3 spots left to fight for. Fight? Would things be that simple? Of course not. Chunzong still wanted to continue comprehending the sword steels. The others also had the same idea. Therefore, they took the initiative to issue a challenge. After winning the battle, Chunzong chose to comprehend the sword of the killing path. The 7 people who were deemed unworthy all took the initiative to challenge each other. 7 people were eliminated one after another. There were still 13 people left. This meant that there were still 3 people who would be eliminated. No one challenged Chunzong. Chunzong was completely immersed in the world of the sword steels of the killing path. He was constantly comprehending. The sword master killed. Chunzong had this awareness a long time ago. Moreover, the number of people Chunzong had killed was no less than the number of people he had killed. Even a young commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army could not compare to Chunzong. After all, Chunzong had cultivated from the lowest level and had experienced a lot. The more he killed, the faster he could comprehend and master the sword of the killing path. An astonishing killing intent condensed under the sword. This was a kind of application. Soon, Chunzong comprehended the first level of the sword of the killing path, and then the second level. The first level of the sword of the killing path couldn't completely condense Chunzong's killing intent and killing intent. It was too majestic. The second level of the sword of the killing path couldn't do it. The third level couldn't be done either. The fourth level, the fifth level of the sword of the killing path, completely absorbed Chunzong's killing intent and killing intent. Chunzong had a feeling that the fifth level of the sword of the killing path would only be stronger than the fifth level of the sword of the killing path. It didn't mean that the sword of the killing path was stronger than the sword of the killing path. It was because the killing intent and killing intent that Chunzong had gathered from several worlds was too much. It was hidden and difficult to use. Now, it was all condensed by the sword of the killing path and turned into the power of the sword of the killing path, directly increasing it to a terrifying level. Then, the next step was to comprehend the profound meaning of the sword of the killing path. If he could comprehend the profound meaning, it might become the strongest and most terrifying sword strike that he had grasped. He tried his best to comprehend it. When Chunzong began to find the feeling and comprehend a trace of the profound meaning, the world suddenly collapsed. Chunzong's consciousness returned to his body. Almost. Just a little bit. He could have successfully comprehended the profound meaning of the sword of the killing path. It was just a little bit that caused him to be stuck. He could only slowly comprehend it later. Chunzong quickly adjusted his state of mind. The final 10 places were out. Chapter 2032. Second update. In the daunting sword garden of the Yuan Galaxy, the sword pavilions disintegrated and turned into countless sword-like bamboo, leaves fluttering in the wind. Only 10 pavilions remained, representing the 10 places. A white shadow appeared on the circular platform. Congratulations, you've qualified to enter the next test, but you're still weak chickens and ants. The white shadow's mocking voice sounded again. Its poisonous judgment did not affect the mood of the 10 people. What a boring person. The white shadow seemed to be very unhappy with the indifferent reaction of the crowd. He hoped that someone would suddenly draw a sword at him, so that he could take the opportunity to kill someone to relieve his boredom. But the rules were that he could not take the initiative to attack. At most, he could mock them with his poisonous tongue to see if anyone would be angered enough to draw their sword. The second test is also the final test. The white silhouette's tone was no longer full of sarcasm and sarcasm. Instead, It sounded a little sickly and yawned listlessly, as if it had nothing to live for. The second test will determine whether you can step into the sword mountain of the Eastern Court and whether you can be chosen by the swordmaster. The nominal disciple, the true disciple, and the sword master of the Dongting's sword. Hearing the White Shadow's words, everyone was stunned. Immediately, their hearts surged. The nominal disciple, the true disciple, the sword master of the Dongting's sword. It was easy to understand. Honorary disciples belonged to the lowest level. They only had a name. In fact, it was very difficult for them to obtain any profound inheritance. For many sword cultivators who could not enter the sword garden, the nominal disciple of the Dongting Sword Mountain was very amazing. They would do anything to get it. But for the 10 people, a nominal disciple was not necessary at all. The things they could get would not be as good as what they had now. Only the true disciples would be tempted. As the name implied, the true disciples could get the real inheritance. They represented the face and honor of the Dongting Sword Mountain. As for the sword master of the Dongting sword, he was obviously ranked above the true disciples, which was also very easy to understand. He was like the godson of the Yuan sect. Of course, the Dongting Sword Mountain was far superior to the Yuan sect, so the status of the sword master of the Dongting sword in the void was definitely higher than the godson of the Yuan sect. Their breathing became rapid. Everyone wanted to become the sword son of Dongting. However, although the crowd was excited, they did not lose their rationality. That was because they knew very well that it would be very difficult, incomparably difficult. After all, there were very few spots available. Perhaps there was only one spot available. Don't forget, when the time comes for the second test, it won't just be the 10 of them, because the Eastern Court Sword Garden has as many as 100 swords. There were 100 Dongting sword gardens, and each garden had 10 people, so there were a total of 1,000 people. He didn't know how many people would be eliminated, but he could predict one thing, and that was the number of nominal disciples would definitely exceed the number of true disciples, and the number of true disciples would exceed the number of sword sons. With 1,000 people, they had to compete for who knew how many slots for the true inheritors and sword sons. Just thinking about it made them feel that it would not be easy. Moreover, what was the content of the second stage? What was the difference between this and the previous sword competition? He knew absolutely nothing. At your level, becoming a nominal disciple is already good enough. Don't even dream of becoming a true disciple. The white silhouette seemed to have regained its vitality. It mocked and ridiculed them again. Shortly after, the sword pavilion that the 10 of them were in started to spin at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was in the middle of it, spinning continuously. They felt extremely dizzy, as if their internal organs were about to be thrown out. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Fast, the sword pavilion, which had spun to the extreme, immediately turned into a sword light that soared into the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky above the sword garden. In the outside world, everyone in the void could see that 10 majestic sword lights pierced through the sky above the sword garden in an instant, rushing upwards as if they were going to pierce through the void. That scene was incomparably shocking. Dizziness. The extreme dizziness made everyone completely confused, as if they were about to lose consciousness. After an unknown period of time, everyone came to their senses. It was dark all around. Except for themselves, they couldn't feel the existence of anyone else. Choose your identity. A dull voice sounded. It was cold and stiff, full of the smell of metal, as if a long sword was clanging. Immediately, Chunzong received many thoughts in his mind. Lone traveler, evil force, family member, sect member, kingdom organization, soldier. Chunzong didn't think too much and directly chose to be a lone traveler. Identity selection is complete. The rules of the final test are as follows. Everyone will be branded with a sword seal. Kill others to obtain the sword seal. Those who are killed won't really die. They can obtain the sword seal after they are resurrected one day. At the end of the test, according to the number of sword seals branded, you will obtain the disciple rank of Dongting Sword Mountain. 100 nominal disciples, 10 true disciples, and 1 sword son. Remember, You choose your own path, and the sword is in your hand. The test will last for 1 month. The last sentence seemed to be a warning. Shenzong understood what he meant. The path was chosen by oneself. It was very simple. There were 6 identities, and the identity was chosen by oneself. Once the choice was made, one shouldn't regret it and walk on it firmly. Then, why should one walk on it firmly? By relying on the sword in his hand. That was all. Since there was a choice of identity, of course, each identity must have its own advantages and disadvantages. In addition, the rules of the test were not clear enough, just a rough idea. For example, the number of sword seals, how many were needed to be the benchmark. But everything would be known after the test began. Shenzong's mind turned quickly. In terms of intelligence, Shenzong was actually excellent, but not outstanding. However, his thinking ability was very fast, his insight was very strong, and his judgment was very accurate. This was the result of his strong soul and countless battles. Based on the 6 identities, Shenzong instantly inferred that the second test, which was also the place of the final test, should be a world with forces such as a country, a family, a sect, and an army. It seemed to be a bit complicated. Immediately, Shenzong felt a slight tingling on the back of his left hand, and a sword seal quickly formed. Then, the feeling of the world spinning was so strong that even Shenzong's strong soul couldn't stay awake and fell into darkness. When Shenzong woke up, he found himself lying in a ruined temple. It was drizzling outside. When the wind blew into the ruined temple, it brought a bit of coldness. In the ruined temple, he was the only one. Shenzong quickly checked and found that his cultivation, Tao will, and all other forces were in a sealed state, which was the same as the situation in the Sword Garden. Even the 9 heavenly rings and the storage ring could not be used for the time being. In other words, in this unknown world, Shenzong's body was like an ordinary person's body. No, it should be said that it was a body that had reached the limit of an ordinary person's body, which belonged to the kind of body that had been constantly trained. However, such a body was countless times weaker than his own body of true strength. However, the others were also like him. He couldn't use his previous sword techniques either. What he could use was the basic sword techniques of the 14 sword principles of Dongting that he had comprehended in the Sword Garden. That was not bad. The basic sword techniques of the 14 sword principles of Dongting that Shenzong had comprehended by himself included the sword of wind, the sword of thunder, the sword of fire, the sword of metal, the sword of destruction, the sword of illusion, and the sword of killing. There were a total of 7 sword techniques, more than half of them. Among them, except for the sword of killing, he had already grasped the profound meaning of the other 6 sword techniques. Shenzong believed that other than himself, there should be very few people who could grasp so many sword techniques. Of course, he could not rule out other people with high comprehension. After all, the void was so big and there were countless cultivators. It was normal for there to be some monsters. However, Shenzong was not afraid. He was even looking forward to it. He was looking forward to the appearance of someone better than himself. That would be more interesting. Shenzong focused his consciousness on the sword seal on the back of his left hand. He carefully sensed that within 1,000 meters, there was no other sword seal aura. Through this sword seal, he could sense other sword seals within a certain range. From there, he could find the other sword seal branded person, kill them, and take the sword seal. In this world, in this country, there were 999 people who woke up one after another, just like Shenzong. The first disciple of the evil sword sect? Not a bad identity. I like it. A young man with an evil look smiled coldly. Immediately, he looked at the sword seal on the back of his hand and focused. Within 1,000 meters, he could not find any other sword seal branded person. 1,000 meters, huh? That's a little short, but it's better than nothing. After all, without the sword seal's perception, it would not be easy to find the other sword seal branded person. Within the various armies, there were people who were either whispering or laughing. It was the same in some sects and families. In a secret place in the country, the leader of the Dark Clan, a soft voice sounded. It was a little hoarse and strange. Soon after, The laughter that came out was a little creepy. Not bad. It suits me very well. Then, let me use all the power of the Dark Clan to find all of you. Although the sword seal branded person was a very obvious symbol, it could be concealed with some methods, such as wearing gloves and so on. Hence, with a certain amount of information and intelligence, it was not impossible to find the whereabouts of the other sword seal branded person. At the very least, he could find similar ones and investigate them one by one. As such, the differences between different identities began to show. Lone wolves, alone or in an alliance, had very little information, which was equivalent to nothing. In terms of assistance, it was also equivalent to nothing. In comparison, the advantage was freedom. They could go anywhere without restrictions. Everything had its advantages, but of course, there were also disadvantages. It was impossible to be perfect. Everything was perfect, but it was relative. After sorting out all the information, the drizzle stopped. Shenzong tidied himself up. With his left hand holding the long sword provided by the East Court Sword Garden, he walked out of the dilapidated temple. The cold wind blew, causing Shenzong to subconsciously tighten the robe on his body. It was also a normal robe. As a normal person's body, Shenzong's resistance to external attacks was greatly reduced. Chapter 2033. Third update. Shenzong was used to traveling alone. This was a habit that he had developed since he was a child. Since it was a habit that he had finally developed, why should he change it? Perhaps there were all kinds of disadvantages to traveling alone, but the freedom was enough. However, Shenzong did not think about other things. For example, his stomach was growling right now, which meant that he was hungry. It had been a long time since he had experienced this feeling. Although Shenzong usually drank and ate delicious food, it was just a hobby, not to fill his stomach. But now it was to fill his stomach. Shenzong had a feeling that if he did not drink water for a long time here, he would die of dehydration and thirst. If he did not eat for a long time, he would starve to death. Moreover, although his body was at the level of an ordinary person, he had reached the limit of an ordinary person. Once he fought, his physical strength would be greatly consumed, so he had to eat more food to replenish his strength. What did this mean? It meant that in the next month, not only did he have to find other people branded with the sword mark, kill them, and seize their sword marks, but he also had to ensure that he had enough food and water. How interesting! Shenzong did not feel frustrated or unhappy. Instead, he found it novel and interesting. Then, the next step was to find food. Only by filling his stomach could he have the strength to hunt other enemies. Except for himself, the other 999 people branded with the sword mark were all enemies. Now, he was in the middle of nowhere, and he could not see any animals. Did he have to eat tree bark or soil? In this regard, Shenzong felt deeply helpless. This was a terrible start. Was he going to starve to death here? Fortunately, Shenzong had always been tenacious in facing bad situations, so he could hold on for the time being. He maintained the rhythm of his breathing and walked at a moderate speed with his sword. In this way, he could reduce the consumption of his physical strength to the greatest extent and conserve it. Without extraordinary power, physical strength was equal to combat power. Once his physical strength was exhausted, he could not perform his swordsmanship no matter how brilliant it was. It was useless. Boy, your sword looks good. Give it to me first. Suddenly, two ferocious-looking men with swords appeared in front of them. Just their appearance alone was enough to frighten many people, and when they revealed their ferocious appearance, it would make people's legs go soft. After 15 minutes, Shenzong gnawed on the hard jerky and left with large strides, leaving behind two people that had been beaten black and blue on the spot, and it was precisely the two ferocious robbers that had robbed him earlier. Shenzong had never been a bloodthirsty person. The reason why he killed people was because they were a threat to him, such as an enemy. Under normal circumstances, Shenzong would not kill people if he could. For example, although the two robbers looked ferocious, they posed no threat to Shenzong. On the contrary, Shenzong found some dry food and money in their bags. In addition, He also learned some information from them. For example, this country was called the Supporting Sword Country. There were many organizations, families, sect, and so on in this country. However, due to the limitations of their level, the two men did not know much about them. But one thing they were sure of was that there were only two kinds of people in the Supporting Sword Country: real, ordinary people and swordsmen. In other words, if there was cultivation in the Supporting Sword Country, it would be swordsmanship and becoming a swordsman. A country of swordsmen. What an interesting place. People yearned for it. In such a big country, there were many swordsmen, so there must be many sword skills. After countless generations of evolution and improvement, some sword skills must have reached a very high level. Chunzong's sword Dao was to constantly absorb the essence of other sword Dao and integrate it into his own body to improve his own sword skills. A place like this might be very beneficial to him. Gnawing on the hard and cold-dried meat, chewing and swallowing it to barely fill his empty stomach, Chunzong quickened his pace with the so-called copper sword leaves. There was a small town in front of him. There he could find more delicious food and wine. Copper sword leaves were the currency in circulation in the Supporting Sword Country. They were divided into 3 levels: copper, silver, and gold. The exchange rate between them was 100. Chunzong got dozens of copper sword leaves from the 2 burly men's bags. The copper sword leaves were very thin, just like leaves. They were also very light and soft. They could be bent, but they were surprisingly tough and not easy to break, so they were very suitable to be carried around. Under certain circumstances, they could even be used as killing weapons. Not long after, Chunzong saw the outline of a section of the city wall. There was no need to pay the entrance fee, and he could directly enter the city. This was just a small town. Chunzong looked around while walking. Although he was still hungry, he did not choose a random restaurant to eat. Observe. According to Chunzong's years of experience, he found a good restaurant. At this moment, Chunzong forgot that he only had dozens of copper sword leaves. Order. More than a dozen dishes, most of which were hard dishes. Only then did he feel full. With a jar of wine, Chunzong slowly tasted them. Chunzong's appetite, of course, attracted the attention of other people in the restaurant. How big a person's appetite must be to eat so many dishes alone. Chunzong's table manners were very good. He did not wolf down the food, but he ate very quickly. Not long after, a large table of dishes were all eaten by Chunzong, and the jar of wine was also finished by Chunzong. The feeling of being full of wine and food was very wonderful, and his whole body was full of strength. However, when he paid the bill, Chunzong found that it was not enough, and the money was not enough. Eating so much would cost more than 100 copper sword leaves in total, but he only had dozens of copper sword leaves. The difference was more than double. It seemed that the first free meal in his life was here. Chunzong's seat was next to the window. He jumped, flew directly through the open window, and landed in an instant. This was only the height of the second floor, which was nothing. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong entered the crowd and quickly went away. Damn it, stop right there. The waiter upstairs came to his senses. He chased and cursed, but obviously, he could not catch up with Chunzong. In the end, he could only accept his fate. In fact, even if he caught up with Chunzong, it would be of no help. No money was no money. The feeling of running away after eating and drinking without paying was really fresh and exciting. Chunzong walked while thinking, should I make this a habit and carry it forward? Forget it. Let's not dwell on this kind of small problem. However, he still needed to get some money, so it would be more convenient for him to do things. A lone traveler was free and unrestrained. That was his advantage, but his disadvantage was also obvious, which was the lack of information. So, if he wanted to get enough detailed information, money might be a more direct way. Of course, he did not rule out other means. However, he should never underestimate others and overestimate himself, especially in a strange place. All kinds of preparations must be made. How to make money. Moreover, he had to make a lot of money in a short time. After all, he only had 1 month. This was a difficult problem. As he walked, he looked around and pondered. Chunzong saw a notice wall. There were several notices pasted on the notice wall, some of which were broken. At this time, a man in black and red short armor with a long sword and a black scabbard at his waist came to the notice wall and pasted a new notice. The content of this notice attracted Chunzong's attention. This was an extermination mission. The content of the mission was to exterminate a water stronghold 300 miles away from this city. Especially the heads of the 3 strongholds. The mission would be completed if he brought back their heads. The reward for the mission was 100 golden sword leaves. Listening to the discussions around, Chunzong quickly sorted out his thoughts and made a judgment. He immediately took action. He directly tore off the bottom right corner of the notice, which meant that Chunzong had accepted this extermination mission. After that, he only needed to go to the Castellan mansion in the city to submit the mission and get the reward. Everything else had nothing to do with Chunzong. Of course, 100 golden sword leaves might sound a lot, but Chunzong didn't think it was a lot. He just felt that there should be some wealth in a water stronghold, which was also his goal. Holding the corner of the notice close to his body, Chunzong set off. The dozens of bronze sword leaves were bought with some dry food, and finally there were only a few bronze sword leaves left. Who is that? He should be a swordsman, but I don't know what level he is at. His face is very strange. I've never seen him before. The crazy shark water stronghold is not easy to deal with. The 3 strongholds are all powerful swordsmen. I don't know how many people who want to exterminate them have died there. In all kinds of discussions, a vigorous figure quickly caught up with Chunzong. Hey, let's work together to deal with the crazy shark water stronghold. After the mission is completed, we'll split the loot 50-50. A figure flashed in front of him, mixed with a strange and wild fragrance. The voice was candid and neutral. A girl appeared in front of Chunzong. The girl was tall and slender, with smooth skin. Instead of being fair, it was a little bronze. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her black tights completely set off her beautiful and vigorous body. Her legs were slender and powerful, giving people the impression that she was a leopard. A long sword hung on her left waist, a crossbow and a row of crossbow bolts hung on her right waist, and a short sword was tied to her right calf. The lines on her face were obvious, and her eyes were sharp, like a leopard on the hunt. At a glance, Chunzong knew that the girl's strength was not weak, but she was no match for him. From her dress, it could be seen that she was not a pure swordsman. After all, pure swordsmen rarely used weapons other than swords. "What's your name?" Chunzong asked in reply. Because in a flash, Chunzong thought of something. The girl should be from the suppressing sword country. It seemed that she knew more about the country than the 2 big men who blocked the way. Perhaps he could learn more about the suppressing sword country and so on from her. Another point was that the other party should have a good understanding of the specific route to the frenzied Sharkwater stronghold and the situation in the stronghold. Chunzong thought of all this in an instant. "Call me Hunting Shadow." The girl said it was obviously a code name and not a real name. "What about you?" "Swordsman." Chunzong did not say his real name. Instead, he said the name he had in the 9th Heaven Ring, which was also a code name. Chapter 2034. There were trees on both sides of the rugged path. 2 figures ran quickly on the path with agile steps. They were as fast as galloping horses, but lighter than galloping horses. "You really don't need my help?" Hunting Shadow was still nagging. "You should know that the 3 chiefs of the crazy Sharkwater village are all sword masters. There are more than 10 swordsmen in the village. You're alone. If you go in, you might be dismembered." Hunting Shadow was not polite at all. Moreover, Chunzong noticed that she was greedy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bargained with him along the way. However, Hunting Shadow's love for money was not without principles. She asked to help Chunzong destroy the crazy shark water village together. As for the wealth, they would share it equally. However, Chunzong refused. He only gave her a golden sword leaf as a guide fee. Being able to obtain a golden sword leaf just by leading the way was not bad. However, Hunting Shadow was obviously not satisfied. "If you think it's too little, you can go," Chunzong responded indifferently. "You?" Hunting Shadow was annoyed. Cold-faced man. After running for more than 10 miles, Hunting Shadow's breathing started to become irregular. However, Chunzong's breathing was still stable and smooth. After running for a few more miles, Hunting Shadow couldn't take it anymore. Sweat dripped from her forehead and down her cheeks. She asked to rest. On the other hand, Chunzong was calm and composed. "How did you train?" Hunting Shadow was curious. Chunzong shrugged and smiled. "A golden sword leaf. Forget it if you don't want to tell me." Hunting Shadow snorted and pretended to be disdainful. In fact, she was very curious. Such amazing stamina was very important for a lone wolf. It meant the ability to run and escape. They were not close. Chunzong wouldn't teach her casually just because she was a girl. Any technique, no matter simple or profound, was learned after many years of trial and error. It couldn't be taught casually. If it was taught casually, it meant that it wasn't valued enough. From Chunzong's point of view, Hunting Shadow's body hadn't been fully developed yet. After all, the Sword Country was a country of ordinary people. In the world of ordinary people, even a swordsman could only practice his sword skills and improve his physical strength. However, in the end, he could only reach the limit of the human body and could not surpass it. His body had already reached its limit, but Hunting Shadow clearly hadn't. On the other hand, Chunzong had also reached the pinnacle in controlling his own body and using his strength. With the combination of the two, Chunzong was able to maintain more than half of his physical strength and endurance after running for more than 10 miles. Only in this way could they maintain a high-intensity battle for a longer period of time. Breathe. Chunzong's breathing was steady and long, and there was a strange rhythm to it that only he could feel. Under this strange, breathing rhythm, his exhausted strength was quickly recovering. Immediately, Chunzong took out some jerky and ate it. Although the taste was very ordinary, the dried meat could be used to replenish one's energy. After eating and resting for a while, they would continue on their journey after recovering their physical strength. This small path would save them more than 10 miles to reach the Crazy Shark Water Stockade. The Crazy Shark Water Stockade was located in a long river and specialized in robbing passing ships. In a world without supernatural power, there were no storage treasures. Only carriages or ships could be used to transport goods. Therefore, bandits were prevalent. There were mountain stockades everywhere, occupying mountains and so on. Some powerful bandit groups were even troublesome for the country. Among the bandit groups, the Crazy Shark Water Stockade was only a small one. They could only do evil in a small city like the Red East City. The City Lord's mansion of the Red East City had sent out troops to encircle and suppress them. But unfortunately, the Crazy Shark Water Stockade's location was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, there were 10 swordsmen and 3 swordmasters. Together with the protection of crossbows and arrows, the City Lord's mansion had suffered many casualties and still failed to break through the water stockade. In desperation, they could only issue a notice and offer a large reward to see if there were any experts who could reveal the name. There were people who had revealed the name a few times, but they all failed. Therefore, the reward increased until it reached 100 golden sword leaves. In many people's eyes, Chunzong, who revealed the name this time, would follow in the footsteps of those people before him. The Crazy Shark Water Stockade was right on the opposite side of the long river. It was built under a cliff that was hundreds of meters high. In the world of cultivators, flying hundreds of meters was nothing. Even thousands of meters was nothing. However, in such a world, falling from a height of hundreds of meters meant certain death. Even someone like Chunzong, who was at the extreme level, would die all the same. As for throwing rocks from a cliff that was hundreds of meters high to destroy the stronghold, it was not that no one had ever mentioned this idea before. Some people had tried it, but it was very difficult because there were many terrifying beasts living on a mountain and they were very aggressive. Besides, the Crazy Shark Water Stockade also knew this and had made all kinds of preparations. On the shore, Hunting Shadow pointed to the opposite side. It was at least thousands of meters away. With her eyesight, she could only see a vague outline. "Do you plan to sneak in?" Hunting Shadow asked. This was a normal thought. They could either attack from the outside or sneak in to assassinate. It was unrealistic for the two of them to attack from the outside, unless they had several times more soldiers than the water stockade. Then, there was only one way left, which was to sneak in and assassinate. It was possible to succeed. In fact, Hunting Shadow's mission had been completed. She led the way, but she didn't get the golden sword leaf. Chunzong didn't have any golden sword leaf, only a few bronze sword leaves. Only by completing this mission could she get the golden sword leaf reward. Find a small boat. Chunzong didn't answer Hunting Shadow's question. Instead, he ordered, treating Hunting Shadow as his subordinate. Hey, I'm not your subordinate. Hunting Shadow was unhappy. At another golden sword leaf, Chunzong said, if you fail, I won't get anything. Despite saying that, Hunting Shadow still went to find a boat. He couldn't help it. The temptation of the golden sword leaf was too great. Besides, if Chunzong died, he would just be wasting some time. It was worth a try. Soon, Hunting Shadow found a small boat. It was only about 2 meters long. Row the boat and add another golden sword leaf. Chunzong ordered naturally. No. This time, Hunting Shadow resisted the temptation of the golden sword leaf and asked her to row the boat to her death. 5 golden sword leaves. Chunzong raised the price. No. This time, Hunting Shadow's refusal was very difficult. He was struggling. 10. Chunzong raised the price again. Okay. When the word no reached her mouth, it turned into okay. Hunting Shadow wanted to slap herself. Sooner or later, she would die because of money. But what she was thinking was that if things went wrong, she would jump into the water to escape. As a lone traveler, she might not be strong enough, but she had many abilities. She could cross mountains and cross rivers. Chunzong didn't know what Hunting Shadow was thinking. He stood at the front of the boat, while Hunting Shadow sat at the back of the boat and rowed his oars. The sound of the boat breaking through the water was soft, and layers of ripples kept surging out under the oars. The boat was getting faster and faster, and the surface of the water was rippled. The wind mixed with the humidity from the river blew toward Chunzong's face, making him feel refreshed. Hey, swordsman, what's your strength? Hunting Shadow suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked about Chunzong's strength level since the beginning. If Chunzong was a swordsman, then the two of them together should be able to survive even if they couldn't complete the mission. Me? I don't know. Chunzong was telling the truth. He hadn't tested his strength and didn't know how strong he was. However, Chunzong wouldn't underestimate others or himself. With his body, strength, combat experience, and sword techniques, he couldn't be weak. Hunting Shadow felt desperate. The future was dark, as if they were rushing toward death. Thousands of meters wasn't short, but it was getting shorter. The boat kept approaching the Crazy Shark water fort. On the fort, some water bandits were watching from the watchtower. They locked on to Chunzong and warned him. Soon, a group of water bandits with crossbows stood in a row beside the fort. They were all armed with crossbows. The cold light flashed under the sunlight. Stop! Hunting Shadow immediately rowed backward and stopped the boat. At this distance, the crossbows weren't a threat. Swordsman, let's go back. Hunting Shadow was scared. There was no way he wouldn't be. 20 crossbows would turn him into a sieve in one round. He couldn't be more dead. Keep going, Chunzong said unhurriedly. I don't want to die, Hunting Shadow yelled. Even if you give me 100 golden sword leaves, I won't agree. But Chunzong felt that Hunting Shadow's last sentence was a bit fake. But since Hunting Shadow said so, Chunzong didn't intend to force her. Soon, Chunzong took down a few planks from both sides of the boat. Hunting Shadow didn't know what Chunzong was going to do. He saw Chunzong casually throw a plank forward. The plank made a sharp sound as it flew through the air. It was as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. Hunting Shadow's pupil shrank. It seemed to be thrown casually, but it actually contained amazing power. What kind of body was that? Was it one of those large beasts? But what was the use of throwing the plank? It couldn't have crossed hundreds of meters and attacked the water bandits on the fort. Then, both Hunting Shadow and the water bandits widened their eyes as if they were looking at a god. Chunzong leaped into the air, following closely behind the wooden plank and landing on the ground. Coincidentally, his feet landed on the plank. He sank slightly and rushed forward as if he were riding the wind and waves. A plank less than half a meter long was carrying a person and gliding forward on the water. It was incredible. People would think that they were hallucinating. Gradually, the plank slowed down. Chunzong threw out the second plank and jumped up again. The plank under his feet shattered instantly. It sank into the water and was washed up by another wave. In this way, Chunzong quickly approached the water fort. He was already within 100 meters of the fort. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Shoot him to death. A small leader came to his senses first and gave the order quickly. Chapter 2035. Second update. Little Rice Dumpling said, "If you don't kill people when you practice the sword, you're acting like a hooligan. What's your posture?" 20 crossbows were fired at the same time. The half-meter-long arrows were extremely sharp and shone with a dazzling cold light. They pierced through the air in an instant, leaving 20 straight traces in the air. They locked onto Chunzong at lightning speed. Swish, 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 swish. Ferocious and bloodthirsty expressions appeared on the faces of the water bandits. They loved to see the crossbow bolts pierce through their bodies, causing a stream of blood to spurt out. As bandits who lived on the edge of their blades, they had killed many people during their robberies. They were ferocious. Hunting Shadow's mind went blank. Even though she was a sword master, she had to concentrate fully to avoid one crossbow. It would be difficult to avoid 2 crossbows. If 3 crossbows were fired at the same time, the probability of being hit was more than 90%. If 5 crossbows were fired at the same time, any swordmaster would die unless the archer was very weak and could not aim accurately. Even if one was wearing heavy armor, one would be injured if not killed, unless the armor covered one's entire body. Now, the swordsman was locked onto by 20 crossbows and fired at the same time. He was doomed. Hunting Shadow planned to dive into the water and take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, the water bandits would not let her go if she was late. Just as Hunting Shadow was about to dive into the water, she froze as if she had been petrified. She could not move, but the expression on her face was extremely exaggerated. Her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was wide open. She was extremely shocked. The water bandits also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chunzong leaped up, and the wooden plank beneath his feet was completely shattered. His entire body was like an eagle soaring in the sky. His figure was incomparably vigorous and agile, and there was an indescribable sharpness to it. In the next breath, the long sword at his waist was unsheathed. A sword light swept out like a gust of wind. In an instant, the aura of the wind from all directions was attracted and blew from all directions. Everyone's long hair fluttered and their clothes rustled. Under the light of the sword, the 20 bolts shot by the crossbows paused and then were blown to the side by the strong wind. None of them hit Chunzong. The sword light swept through the air like a gust of wind, emitting a shocking rumbling sound. The group of water bandits were thrown off their feet by the gust of wind. Hunting Shadow's body couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't out of fear but excitement. Kill, kill, kill. Since they were water bandits, and their mission was to exterminate the water stronghold, Chunzong drew his sword and showed no mercy. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, the water bandits were unable to resist at all. The leader, who had the strength of a swordsman, was the same. He was finished off with a single strike. Blood splattered everywhere. Even more water bandits rushed out, howling as they charged forward. The 3 fort masters also charged forward with swords in hand. The power of a swordsman was completely unleashed, and the sword light was surging and sharp. However, it was still a sword strike. Every step he took, he would kill without mercy. In just a short period of time, the land was filled with wails and cries. Die, die, die. More than 200 people in the frenzied Sharkwater stronghold were all dead souls under Chunzong's sword. With a gentle shake, the blood on the sword flew out and landed on a pillar more than 10 meters away with a thud. The blood splattered everywhere and dyed the entire area. It was a shocking sight. Sheathing his sword, Chunzong's killing intent was completely restrained. It was impossible to tell that he had just killed more than 200 people in one go. Hunting Shadow trembled all over and didn't dare to approach, fearing that Chunzong would also kill him with a single strike. Grandmaster. This swordsman is definitely a swordsman grandmaster. Hunting Shadow was terrified and excited at the same time. Come on up, Chunzong said to Hunting Shadow. Okay. Hunting Shadow nodded fearfully. He rode closer, exerted force in his legs, and jumped up quickly, landing on the wooden platform of the water stronghold. Seeing corpses everywhere and blood flowing through the cracks of the wooden boards, Hunting Shadow's scalp tingled. It wasn't that she hadn't seen dead people before, but it was her first time seeing so many fresh corpses all at once. The shock she felt was unimaginable, but the swordsman looked as if he was used to it. It didn't feel like he was in the middle of a field of corpses, but more like he was touring his back garden. It was absolutely creepy. Hurry up and find the treasures of the water bandits. Chunzong's voice rang out. Hunting Shadow trembled all over, and his eyes lit up when he heard the words treasures. What could be more exciting than treasures? He immediately took action, looking for prey like a cheetah, and the prey was the treasures. Chunzong also began to search. He had acted a little too fast just now, and his killing went very smoothly. He forgot to leave one person behind to ask where the treasures were. It turned out that Chunzong wasn't as good as Hunting Shadow when it came to finding treasures. Found it. Hunting Shadow's excited voice rang out. It sounded like he had gained a lot. In a flash, Chunzong approached quickly. The treasures of the water bandits weren't hidden very well. There were 3 big boxes in total. The 3 big boxes had been opened, reflecting dazzling light. Hunting Shadow stood in front of the boxes, trembling with excitement. It was the first time he had seen so many treasures. Chunzong flashed and appeared on the side. One box was filled with silver sword leaves, the other with golden sword leaves, and the last box with jewelry, which seemed to be very valuable. Chunzong couldn't help but nod. Sure enough, he had taken the right path. These treasures added together were definitely more valuable than 100 golden sword leaves. This was true wealth. In that case, he wouldn't need to worry about money for a period of time. He could put his heart and soul into searching for other sword mark imprints. After counting, there were a total of 1,000 silver sword leaves and 500 golden sword leaves. Of course, 500 golden sword leaves were equivalent to 50,000 silver sword leaves, which could be considered a huge fortune. As for the jewelry, Chunzong didn't know its value. Hunting Shadow was more professional in this aspect. If we sell these jewelry, it'll be worth at least 500 golden sword leaves. Hunting Shadow's eyes lit up. The two quickly packed up the treasures and took them away. In addition, they cut off the heads of the 3 chiefs of the crazy shark water bandits. They were going to the mayor's mansion in Red East City to exchange for rewards. After all, there were 100 golden sword leaves. It was a great fortune. On the way, Hunting Shadow was very excited. It wasn't that she didn't think of running away with the jewelry on her back, but she didn't dare. Are you a sword master? Hunting Shadow couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. What do you think? Chunzong asked back, trying to get information from Hunting Shadow. The so-called swordsman was a swordsman who had gone through hard training and mastered a sword technique. When facing ordinary people, he could fight 1 against 10. As for sword masters, they had already cultivated their sword techniques to a shocking level. They also had extraordinary physical fitness. Combined, their combat power would be even more shocking. They could fight at least 10 sword masters by themselves. Above swordsman was sword master. Sword masters had already begun to condense their own aura and could use it to attack the opponent. If a sword master faced the sword master's aura, his strength would be greatly affected and weakened. At the level of sword master, one could use their aura to affect others. Especially ordinary people facing the Swordmaster's aura, they would lose all ability to resist. They would kill however many there were until the Swordmaster's aura was exhausted. Above Sword Hero was Swordmaster, also known as Sword Dao Grandmaster. This was because Sword Dao Grandmaster had cultivated their sword techniques to the extreme. Their aura was also condensed to the extreme. With this, they could draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Swordmaster was also known as the Thousand-Man Enemy. Of course, they weren't ordinary people. They were well-trained soldiers. 1,000 people couldn't do anything to a Swordmaster. As for those above the Sword Dao Grandmaster, they were known as the Sword Dao Grandmaster, also known as the enemy of 10,000. When Chunzong attacked earlier, he had used the Sword of the Way of the Wind, which caused waves of wind aura to gather. That was why Hunting Shadow had said that he was a Swordmaster. Chunzong didn't admit or deny it. However, he made a comparison in his heart. He shouldn't be at the level of Swordmaster, but beyond it. As for whether he was at the level of Swordmaster, well, it was hard to say. Thinking about it, the strength of 1,000 sword mark imprints should surpass that of Swordmaster. As for whether he was at the level of Swordmaster, it was hard to say. If he wanted to know his strength, he would find a Swordmaster and fight. Swordmaster. Hunting Shadow was dumbfounded. She didn't know where a Swordmaster was. She didn't even know if he was a Swordmaster. At least, there were no Swordmasters in Red East City. It was hard to say if there were any Swordmasters. It was rumored that the mayor was a Swordmaster, but there were also rumors that said he was only a Swordmaster. In any case, Chunzong returned to Red East City with his loot. He left the jewelry to Hunting Shadow. She was very good at it. As for the reward, Chunzong went to collect it himself. Soon, he got 100 golden sword leaves. Chunzong rejected the mayor's invitation. If he wanted to be recruited, he wouldn't have chosen to be a lone traveler. He would have chosen to be a member of a kingdom's organization. Hunting Shadow also successfully disposed of the box of jewelry. What a pity. If I brought it to a big city, I would definitely get 30% more, Hunting Shadow mumbled. The box of jewelry sold for a total of 700 golden sword leaves. That was a total of 1,300 golden sword leaves and 1,000 silver sword leaves. These 100 golden sword leaves are your reward. Chunzong put the 100 golden sword leaves in front of Hunting Shadow. Hunting Shadow was very excited. Although she had proposed a 50-50 split, she didn't dare to think too much about it after considering Chunzong's identity as a Sword Dao Grandmaster. She originally thought that she would get 10 golden sword leaves at most, but she didn't expect to get 100 golden sword leaves. It was an unexpected surprise. For Hunting Shadow, 100 golden sword leaves was something she had thought about but never got. The most she got was 3 golden sword leaves. Do you want to make more money? Chunzong asked with a smile. Of course, Hunting Shadow answered instinctively, as she took a few steps back. That kind of thing, I won't do it. Chunzong was slightly dazed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What I want you to do is find someone. Chunzong pretended not to understand. He said slowly, find someone who has this symbol on the back of their hand or uses this kind of long sword. Chunzong didn't show the sword mark on the back of his hand. Instead, he drew it on the white paper with a pen. It was delicate and lifelike. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.